Hi there. By the end of today, the Field for Champions night will be complete. Over 2 sessions, 11 players will become the 5 joining the 1 that is already there and competing on that stage behind me for this trophy and £20,000. Group C is about to be completed this afternoon, and here's a reminder of what happened yesterday. This superb 148 checkout sparked the only victory for Matt Clark yesterday. He went on to defeat Anton Östlund, but just 2 points on the board means Superman will need a superhuman effort to return to Champions Night. Östlund also struggled. The Swede could not mirror the success of already qualified Andreas Harrison, and this triumph over Matti Dennett was followed by 4 defeats. Dennett didn't fare much better himself. This checkout came in defeat to Sebastian Białecki, though the scholar did enjoy 2 big wins. Steve West is right on the shoulders of the top 2. Another mixed day for the Week 12 winner has set up a typically dramatic Friday for him. Sebastian Białecki stole the show with a stunning 9-dart finish, joining West in achieving the feat of landing a perfect leg on Champions Week. What a moment for the youngster who grabbed 4 wins yesterday. The same tally was recorded by Jim McEwen, the Granite Scotsman, showing what he can do, joining the pole at the top of the table. Yeah, today is a day we will know that finals night field on Champions Week for Series 6, and Paul Nicholson has been watching the action. It's all going to be resolved.
Yeah, we're looking forward to today. It's going to be 2 great sessions. Yesterday was not easy for anybody in Group C, and I don't think that today is going to be easy at all. I think picking 2 people out of these 4 is going to be very, very hard. Players were getting here early today to try and get themselves in prime nick for what is going to be the final charge.
Well, we know the 2 at the top already, Jim McEwen and Sebastian Białecki. Now, Białecki, of course, provided the fireworks, but Jim McEwen was that steady, solid player that he always is.
It's what he does. I don't think you can accuse Jim of being a spectacular player. He might do spectacular things at times, but this ease of coming through a field like yesterday with some very steady play, it's just what he does, and everybody's trying to chase him down.
Well, let's see how the bookies see it, and let's see if they think anybody can chase down the top 2. They are the 2 favourites. But Steve West, as was said in the highlights there, right on the shoulder. He's had one of those unpredictable weeks. Will it come good for him in the end?
Most of the time it does. 11-4 is very fair on him, I think, at this stage. And I said yesterday that I think that the odds compilers have got a lot right this week, maybe with the exception of Andreas Harrison. But I think we may see our 2 qualifiers from the top 3. It's easy for me to say that, but I think Henry and I will look at the numbers in depth to see where the possible shocks could be, because there could be plenty, but the strength is definitely in the top 3 at this stage.
Well, let's see what the punters are thinking. We've put some of the most popular bets into a treble for the Champions Week bet builder. Białecki to beat Östlund, as he did yesterday with that 9-darter. That's the first match today. At least 3 180s in the match between Dennett and West, and then Dennett to beat Östlund as well. Pays just over 4 to 1.
I quite like that. I mean, the Dennett-Östlund game, it's a bit of a 50-50, that one, because it depends what Matthew Dennett shows up. He's had some very big highs this week, but he's had some drastic lows. So it does depend on the timing of the game. But overall, I think that's quite a good bet builder.
If you are going to have a bet, of course, please do so responsibly. BeGambleAware.org for more information on safer gambling. And as always, it is 18+. And the first match of today is the same as the last match of yesterday. And the very last leg of yesterday, Sebastian Białecki hit a 9-darter, ended with a bang. Can he start with a bang today? Let's find out. Paul Nicholson is going to join Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. Very good morning, everybody, and welcome along to Decision Day. It is a day where hopes and dreams will both be realised and dashed in equal measure. 11 players are still in the race to pick up the £20,000 top prize, but Anton Östlund may well need the day of dreams if he's to make it through to the night of dreams tomorrow night. Here on the Yellow Hockey, he will want to be a part of the red letter occasion, but it was the perfect pole, Sebastian Białecki, who was the story of yesterday here at the Super Series. The last leg of the day was perfect. A 9-darter. And it was probably cheered on more by that man than it probably was by his opponent, the 23-year-old from Nynäshamn in Sweden, up against the 19-year-old Pole. UK Open quarter-finalist back in 2022. Bolt will be hoping that he is lightning hot today to see his place into tomorrow
First leg,
evening's
it's
finale.
Anton to throw first. Game on.
Well, it's a big day, and we need a big-name ref, and Charlie Courtefine is just the ticket. It is the last day of behind-closed-doors action before this place is packed to the rafters tomorrow night. A bumper crowd is expected here in Portsmouth to see who is going to be the victor in Series 5. But let's park the ceremony and the confetti for now and
86.
see who is going to reign amongst the Portsmouth parade. And joining me this afternoon to see the next 2 names through, it's a very good afternoon to Paul Nicholson.
It is a very good afternoon, Henry.
140.
And welcome everybody to the final furlong here on Friday towards Champions Night. We all love a Champions Night. You've been here for every one, haven't you, Henry?
Yes.
140.
I've been here for most of them. And I think the first one will live in infamy because we had
58.
this kind of atmosphere for a period of 12 weeks over the course of 2 different venues. And then all of a sudden we walked through the doors just over a year ago
90.
on that night that Conan Whitehead won, and we thought, this is what this is all about. And we get that joy every 13 weeks, and it's only a matter of 30 hours away.
100.
That's how close we are now. Champions Night is so close that these players can almost smell it. But you've got to punctuate your ticket.
16.
Otherwise, you'll be watching it just
Anton,
the
you
same
require
as people at home.
104.
Well, that's incredible. Bounce out the second die, hit the single one with the last Białecki means that Anton Östlund has now got 6 darts on 104. He's going to need the half
40.
dozen worth. Well, to be fair, not many times in darts can you say that in a first dart of a leg, you know automatically it's going to be a worse leg than the last time. But Sebastian Białecki in this leg, that was the case.
Yeah, fair point.
83.
I just wonder how he's going to
Anton
react to
requires
what happened
64.
yesterday. Drastically the best day he's had this week. Double top for Anton.
24.
And an early
Sebastian, you
chance for
require
Białecki
86.
to break in a game that he must break in a leg to find another victory.
54. Anton, you require 40.
Doesn't go. And so the Swede is back for top to take the opening leg of the day. It's around 33% on the finishing yesterday, Anton Östlund. Can he find the double 5 last start in
35.
hand? No is the answer.
Sebastian
It's a
requires
scrappy
32.
opening leg 2 decision day.
You don't fancy that Anton's coming back in leg 1. Or is he?
Game
He
shot
had
the
a dodge
first
just
leg.
like that
Sebastian
yesterday, but that was
Białecki.
pinpoint from Sebastian to take the first leg with a break of throat.
Second leg, it's Sebastian to throw
We're
first.
pointing
Game
towards
on.
the league table at the minute. We look at Białecki, we look at McEwen, we look at West, and we think that maybe it'll be 2 from those 3. Don't discount
99.
Matthew Dennant. But at this stage, 9 out of 10 fingers on my hands are saying that Anton and Clark have got too much to do in a group scenario like this in a Champions Week.
98.
With 2 points on day 1, my opinion is Anton and Clark are not going to be here tomorrow.
However, I was saying to you this morning before the session got underway,
125.
them two may not get through. Of course, they mathematically still can, but they could well stop somebody else from being a part of the big night.
Such a good point.
100.
At the point where potentially Anton and Matt are eliminated, they are the kind of players that can really throw the salt in the wound. Just think about some of the games they've got later.
100.
Östlund plays his last game in this group against Dennant. Clark has got Białecki in game 15. Based on the week that we've had so
95.
far, I wouldn't be surprised if Białecki has to win that match, or at least win some legs against Clark.
40.
Well, that's the second bounce out in 2 legs that Białecki suffered.
It's not hitting the wire, though. That's the thing. It's whether it's the same dart that's doing this. He seems to get these deflections off his own equipment.
100. Sebastian, you require
Where the point
137.
isn't forcing its way into the sisal the way it should. It's almost wobbling when it hits the board.
97.
Good stuff.
Anton, you require 108.
Or should we say at this point, good enough?
And so Białecki will come back for a 2-0 lead.
76.
A complete
Sebastian, you require
contrast of his
40.
fortunes in the first game yesterday, where he had to bite a couple of bullets against Matt Clark. He trailed 3-1 before then winning 4-3. Double 10 was in 2 to the good here
Game shot on the
against the
second
Swede
leg.
Anton
Sebastian
Östlund, and that's
Białecki.
exactly what happens for Bolt, who just looks like a new man since what happened on Wednesday.
Third
And
leg,
I
it's
tried
Anton
to
to throw
ask Sebastian
first.
in the
Game
interview
on.
after that 9-darter in the final leg of yesterday afternoon session what the difference was between Wednesday and Thursday. And, well, you just got the sense that he's very good at decompartmentalising
100.
things, and that he actually said he tried too hard in the first group, and that actually he's relaxed, and as a consequence of that, he's playing better stuff.
You can try too hard.
60.
But I think what's impressive is that Sebastian has recognised that and he's put it into practice. Some players won't do that. They'll just remain stubborn. I think he's got an old head on
93.
young shoulders. And he hasn't got a problem with playing 29 games in a week. He played 29 games
100.
in his qualifying week as well. Östlund played an awful lot of games too.
84.
It happened to be 29 because he went through Group A, Group C, and went to the end. So these guys in qualifying played 58 games. But this week,
59.
it's Białecki who was in day 5 of his week. Östlund's only playing day 2. He should be fresher.
I don't want to sound disrespectful to Anton here, but did he reach his Everest in qualifying?
114.
No, I don't think so. I think he would be philosophical by saying that I was fortunate to qualify, considering
58.
players did have
Anton, you
opportunities to
require
take him out.
110.
But that's what darts is all about. Somebody misses, you hit, you win. There's only so many times that will happen, though.
50.
So Östlund here to get his first leg on the board.
57.
And a couple of darts at
Anton, you
tops
requires 60.
to half the arrears to 2-1. It's only a holder throw, though, for the Swede.
That's actually a better single than hitting the middle. At least the flight's out the way.
40.
But the leg is not.
Sebastian, you require 167.
Biggest finish of the week remains at 161 from the other Swede here this week, Andreas Harrison. That remains.
99. Anton, you require 20.
So far, not so good on the doubles. 0 from 7.
Game shot on the third
But make
leg.
that 1 from
Anton
9.
Östlund.
As he gets his first double of the day. He doesn't look particularly intense at this stage.
Fourth leg, it's
Östlund.
Sebastian to throw first. Game
I think he
on.
might be quite realistic about his chances of getting out of this group. You're right about Białecki, though. Yesterday, his first 3 games, he won them all. Could have lost them all.
140.
Oh, how things can change.
is it happening again for Białecki? Because he struggled in his Group A campaign in Week 9 with qualification, and he was effectively playing in a de facto Champions Week with the likes of Little and Bolton there. He got through Group C, he won the 5K. Is history going to repeat itself here in Portsmouth?
Not quite. I see what you're saying, Henry, because when
41.
we were here watching Bolt in that Group C campaign in qualifying for this week, he dominated the Group C, whereas at the minute, he is in a good position.
100.
But it's far from domination. He's going to have to work a lot harder and be a lot more efficient to get through this group compared to the Group C that he was in before. But I really do think, and I said this yesterday,
125.
the experience of doing that will obviously help him here today.
Don't know about you, Paul, but it has a feeling of a Sunday afternoon at like a European Championship or something where something's just spinning on the
85.
surface, and we know before too long the big moment, the big night is going to come.
I sincerely hope that 9-darter yesterday was not the big moment of the week. We have seen before
100.
in Week 13 scenarios where people do not qualify for the big dance by the smallest of margins. Białecki is the second person to have hit a 9-darter in Champions Week.
100.
The other person to do that is in this group as well, in Steve West.
95.
We've never had a 9-dart shootout in a Champions Week before. We'll save that for tomorrow. Potentially.
70.
Ooh, now I thought he had a real chance of hitting that bullseye.
Antonio
Just so
required
happens that the
116.
deflection he wanted off the flight wasn't aggressive enough.
And so 116 for Ersland to level this game up at 2 apiece. He's either been restricted to these types of shots or he's either missed 3 straight at a double. That's kind of been the story of his match so far. He's not going to get a go at double 18 in this turn. And so Białecki back
Sebastian
for
required
25 to put himself 3-1 in front and to put him a leg away from 10 points. 2 8s.
Game
3-1.
shot on the 4th leg.
Bolt comes out
Sebastian
the traps.
Białecki.
Maybe not flying, but he's doing enough that he needs to do to put himself in a good
Fifth leg,
position.
it's Anton to throw first.
Their average
Game on.
between them is very similar. In fact, there's less than 0.2 of a single point between them before that 140 from Anton. But the difference lies in the outer ring. They've both had the same amount of attempts, and Sebastian's hit 2 more.
135.
We talk about all the different intricacies in game situations, but this game doesn't need it. There you have the evidence. I rest my case.
The Assets Court is adjourned.
180.
As Anton Ersland gets the first maximum of Decision Day.
That's Anton saying I object.
To be fair, you're dressed like you
99.
could be a judge.
I've got nothing in response to that. I thought judges wore black, not brown cord.
We'll just get you the wig.
140.
Give it a few years, I might need it.
Lucky you're going to have hair, I won't. Anyway, 41 for Ersland to pull one back.
59. Antonio required 41.
Is this the precursor to what we're going to see today? Yesterday, we saw a lot of long games.
Game
What we've
shot
got
on the
here is
5th
another
leg.
game that's going to go at
Anton
least
Ersland.
6 legs. That was a really good leg. 11 darts
6th leg, it's Sebastian
from
to throw
Anton.
first.
His best
Game
of the
on.
week. In fact, that is the best of the week. Nobody's done better than that. There it is again.
77.
It's either that dart or it's the delivery. I know there's going to be people out there saying, there's something wrong with the
57.
board. If you didn't hear that, that was my eyes rolling. The only person that is having a dart react like that is Sebastian.
63.
And what is that fundamentally down to in your view?
Either the flight is going over the top a bit too quickly, and when it deflects against the dart, it loses all of its power. Or there's something wrong with one of the points on his darts, and it might just be too
100.
blunt. But we have seen it from elite players like Dave Chisnell, who had real problems with that same thing earlier in the year, even when he was winning titles. And he did win another one yesterday, so congratulations
54.
to Dave. But sometimes when you deliver a dart that isn't ballistically pure and the flight does wibble in the air, if it goes over the top a bit too much towards the board, it will slap the other dart in the board, or indeed the board, and fall on the
57.
floor.
And it's tended to be the second dart of a visit as well with Seb, as we watch the overhead angle of the dart entering the board. So, well, there we go. That's the perfect view of that second dart, basically crashing in the barrel of the first and
40.
out again. A fantastic camera angle there of that particular moment.
It just goes to show that that was out of the board pretty much before it was in the board. Then a week like this, you can't afford to have as many darts as he's had on the floor.
44.
It's as simple as that. You look at his technique, it's about as good as you will see in world darts.
70.
I'd like to look at it in real detail. It'd probably take me about 5-10 minutes just to look at his action close up and his grip and his darts to see what is actually happening with it. But I sincerely hope for Sebastian's sake, because there's
100.
big stakes here today and tomorrow, that it doesn't. I hope it doesn't cost him.
Well, I'll tell you what we do. It looks like BOXC may be on the cusp of winning this game here. What we do in Sebastian's next game against Steve is we'll break down the throw of Bolt a bit more analytically.
What we'll do is we'll try and keep a count of how many darts he's had on the floor. How many has it been in this game? Has it been 4?
I think it's more than that. Now, I have been having a look at Seb at the back of the stage, and he has roughened his points up. So maybe there was an issue with that, as Osland looks at a 1-4-3 to save the match. Not going to go, and so Seb is back for a ton to pick the points up.
77.
2 darter
Sebastian, you require
for an
100.
opening 2 points then. A rather safe attempt at 2 double
60.
tops.
Anton, you require
Anton
66.
is 2 from 10 on doubles. He might need 2 darts at a double to get this shot. He's only going to get 1.
26.
Way over the bar, and
Sebastian, you
Białecki has got
40.
tops to be top of the table on his own on points.
For the pole to vault himself into top spot, double 10. And now up for 5. He recomposes himself. Huge dart, huge
30.
moment, huge miss. And Özlund is back for one of the targets that Białecki has just missed to send us all the
Anton,
way
you
to a
require
deciding
40.
leg in the first game of Decision Day. It's tops. Now 10s. He has struggled with this breakdown all game.
Game
But
shot
he
on the sick
finds a
play.
double 5,
Anton
last start
Özlund.
in hand. Well, the first game of the day goes all the way to a decider, and on the basis of yesterday, don't expect it to be the last.
It shouldn't be still going. Białecki knows
Seventh
that.
final leg. It's Anton's to throw first.
But I can imagine the
Game
interesting noise coming from the practice room when Anton hits that double 5 from the likes of West and McEwen and Dennett. And now the narrative for Anton changes. Because if he gets to
99.
4 points and is only 4 points adrift of Białecki, hold your horses. All of a sudden, he's not out of it yet. This potentially,
100.
if the Swede wins, is a good result for everybody but Sebastian.
And conceivably, if Matt Clark then went on to beat Jim McEwen, everybody suddenly is back in play. And it'll make that game between Steve West and Matt Denon even more crucial, because
57.
Steve West would put himself in a plumb position if he can pick up the points against the Scholar. But we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves now.
I don't think we are. I think we're just trying to illustrate
100.
the twists and turns of one fixture and what it does for everybody here over the course of a long format round-robin day. I hope it's this topsy-turvy all day long.
30.
Just too scrappy, that. That's the kind of visit you can't have at this stage.
97.
That's okay at this point. With one big treble and two big singles, he's a visit ahead. Anton needs something big. 145 is the magic number here.
100.
And it's only one treble, so Sebastian has now got the darts officially.
6 for the match from 204 for Białecki to pick up the first points of the day. It would put him onto double digits.
58.
This almost reeks of yesterday's first 3 rounds for the pool. He had to survive match darts aplenty.
140.
Is he going to have to survive
Sebastian, you require
a shot or two again?
146.
Or has he got a 146 in the locker? And it may well be role reversals here for Sebastian Białecki. This time he found himself in front and then seen himself pegged back. And Ursula now
95.
has an opportunity on 75
Anton, you
to pick
require
up a
75.
crucial 4-3 victory, which would further congeal this group up.
Double top.
35.
He misses a match dart, and Sebastian should get 2.
Sebastian, you
He's
require
used up
51.
another life. But he can breathe life into his Champions Week challenge if he finds double 16.
$19.
But it doesn't go. And the sigh of frustration evident, because Białecki knows the potential importance of those
Anton, you
misses.
require 40.
And the miss match dart count goes up as Urslan comes back once again for the tops breakdown, this time for the match.
Hit it, Anton, and stay in the frying pan, because
Game,
you're not
shots,
done yet.
And the match, Anton Ursula.
He wins by 4 legs to 3, and Białecki in his first 3 rounds yesterday really was skirting fixtures like that, but he doesn't get away with this one. Anton gets his revenge for yesterday's loss and wins that one by 4 legs to 3 in Game 1 of Group C on Friday.
Welcome back to the Super Series. It is decision day. It's game 2 of Group C, and it is Jim McEwen up against Matt Clark. McEwen, the pace setter, as far as the group is concerned. 8 points after day one, plus 9 in the legs difference category. As far as Matt Clark is concerned, well, his day was his opposite fortunes. He led 3-1 against Sebastian Białowski, lost that game 4-3, and his day kind of from that point unravelled. As for McEwen, he's already made it through to a Champions Night before. He's made it to a World Seniors Masters final this year, up against a man who has gone within a leg of picking up the biggest prize that this competition has to offer. But if he's to make his way back there
First
tomorrow,
leg, it's Jim to throw
he
first.
thinks he may have to go through the
Game
card.
on.
What he needs to do, Henry, is he needs to do what Anton's just done. Maybe go through the attritional darting mud and find 2 points the hard way. Because Białowski has been stopped from getting to double
43.
figures. Anton, now on 4 points, is still in 5th position, but is peering through the window of opportunity at the people just ahead of him. If Clark wins,
97.
we've got 4 points between top and bottom. Call me crazy, call me completely and utterly selfish, but I think I'd like to see that.
We like a bit of drama, don't we?
58.
I'm going to be selfish again, actually, because our commentary colleague Chris Mason, nobody says that word better than him. Just in his raspy voice with his accent, drama.
78.
Gets it going, doesn't it?
Wherever floats your boat, Paul.
Well, maybe Jim can see it, but he was particularly humble yesterday in his interview, wasn't he? Just
58.
great to hear from Jim, who has that sinister shirt, as you can see. It's almost like the good guy versus the bad guy here. Who wins between Superman and Chucky, I guess? It's definitely Superman. Notice how I answered my own question there.
140.
Because it wasn't a very good question. But in a darting sense, yesterday it was McEwen that won by 4 legs to 3 in a game that took around 23 minutes. But that we did expect.
140.
It's a very deliberate style, this game. If you look at what they did in their first round yesterday, McEwen was impressive, winning 4-0 against Steve West. Clark lost to Białowski in 7 legs.
100.
Make of that what you will.
Now, in terms of what the odds compilers laid, they had Jim McEwen out as the 4-7 favourite, Matt Clark the 5-4 outsider, and it is Clark first to finish against the McEwen darts. It's been a
125.
sluggish start for McEwen, but after much better visits there. The last couple being much better visits as far as Chucky is concerned. But this 86 for Matt Clark to break the throw in the opening leg. Another one of them. And now the bullseye.
Game shot on the first leg.
1-0 Clark.
Matt Clark.
Was that the noise of Superman flying by? A sonic
Second
boom
leg, it's
because
Matt
he's
to throw
faster than the
first. Game
speed
on.
of sound. Maybe Chucky feeling a little chilly there, blowing on the hands, but a lot of dart players tend to do that because they like that feeling of moisture on their fingertips. They don't
58.
want their hands to be too dry. Lovely start from Matt, though. Exactly what he wanted. 15 darts, break of throw, starting on the right foot. And he will recognise that if he's to make his way through into the
74.
top 2, he must win every game.
And he's delivered escapology acts before on this stage. But Jim, again, blowing his hands in the background there, maybe just struggling with the conditions. I mean, I was out in the
60.
auditorium around about a quarter of an hour before play got underway this afternoon, and I've got to say that the conditions were set rather fair. It wasn't too hot, it wasn't too cold. It was Goldilocks conditions here at the Live Lounge, and this would be just right.
140.
It's a nice place to be here today because outside it is awful. It's so rainy and miserable outside. This is the best place to be. Watching this unfold
140.
with the promise of more tonight and tomorrow. remember that we will have the climax of Group B tonight, where the Series 1 champion, Conan Whitehead, has got a lot to do. And as for your plans,
140.
wherever you are, make sure you hit that notification bell and subscribe to the MODUS Super Series to make sure you don't miss a dart on Champions Night. And if you are fairly close to Portsmouth, why don't you get in touch with us
43.
via that
Jimmy
QR code
147.
to see if you can actually snag a few of the remaining tickets. There are not many left. We will open this place up for some Saturday night carnage to see who gets the big check
107.
and the big trophy.
McEwen hoping to be back there again. He leaves tops after 12 to break Clark back and to level up at 1 apiece. As I mentioned in the introduction, the runner-up at the World Seniors match play at the York Barbican Theatre at the beginning of
100.
September, lost out
Jimmy
to
required
Leonard
40.
Gates in that final. There's no shame in that. Pretty much everybody who's come up against World Seniors opposition in terms of Leonard Gates has come out the other side.
Game
And
shot on the
McEwen comes
second
out of that leg
Jim McEwen.
with it in his leisure. 14 darter, 29 darts to complete the first 2 legs. Level we are at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
There's been a lot of intertwining this week, hasn't there, Henry? We've talked about former weekly winners, former series champions, records that have been broken, and yesterday,
125.
or should I say in the early hours of Friday, one of the proudest records here at the MODUS Super Series was equalled by Daryl Pilgrim. And it was Jim's record of 16 consecutive wins, which is now what Daryl has as well. If he wins his first game tonight, Jim's record will be broken.
97.
So make sure you tune in for game 1 tonight with Pilgrim seeking a little bit more Super Series history.
It was actually a milestone moment when that record was in fact level, because it means that every single
140.
record ensuing has either been equalled or surpassed here in Portsmouth. There's only 2 more records from our previous competition set up in Southampton that remain, and they're now both equals. That's the maximum 180s in a particular match and the winning
60.
streak, which of course can be usurped if Matt Clark beats Rod Grundy. Darryl Pilgrim beats Rod Grundy game 1 tonight.
I'm just going to try and fluff Jim's pillow a little bit more, because he's still the only person in Portsmouth to have a 350-6.
140.
There was one in Southampton, but to be the one person who's done that under this roof, nobody else, he's got to be proud of that.
81.
He'll be very proud of
Jimmy
himself if he takes
required
96.
96.
It does feel like Superman has slowed down since leg number 1, and Jim has started to speed up, in a manner of speaking.
Double 12.
Game
4
shot on the
12.
third leg.
And McEwen is
Jim
motoring
McEwen.
now. The average 104.34. 12 darter on the back of the 14. 26
Fourth
for
leg,
his
it's
2
Matt
legs
to
that he's
throw
accrued.
first. Game
He may
on.
well be turning the screw here against Matt Clark.
Let's not forget, it is at that stage that if Clark loses 2 more legs in this game, he is gone. He's not going to make the top 2.
95.
But if someone was to walk up to you, Henry, and ask, how good is Jim McEwen? What would you say? 'Cause I know exactly what I'd say.
I said this word in commentary yesterday. I'm going to say it again. Granite.
60.
He's hard to break down. He's tough to beat. And even when you think you've got him on the ropes, he'll find a way of wrangling his way out of some kind of confrontation, almost Houdini-esque. When you think you've got the shackles on him, he'll find a way to find the keys and to uncuff himself.
I've got this mental projection now of
140.
Jim McEwen in a water tank upside down with his legs chained. Something I can't unsee all of a sudden. But based on what Henry's just said, he can get himself out of that kind of little jilt. So,
95.
not that he is going to be in that situation here at the Super Series, but in a metaphorical sense, He's in a very strong position. It's almost as if he's got the key in his hand.
He might have the key, but can he unlock the secret?
140.
He's not going to do it in this leg. 3-4-6. You cannot leave a finish, even with a maximum. We talked about this yesterday with Chris Murphy. There are people this week who have robbed themselves of an opportunity because of what they've left in the mid-300s. Now, Jim didn't get the maximum to even get to under 200, but you've still got to give yourself that chance.
This would be typically Clark if he can pin the 6-6 for 126.
140.
And a whisker of a wire away. Wasn't too far away. That's a typically McEwen first dart, that.
He's looking to hit the flight.
140.
That's exactly what he did. Nestles it underneath with those
12.
gorgeous golden darts. And Clark can't miss this time. Missed 6-6 for a 12 darter.
Game shot on the
He does not miss
leg.
it
Matt Clark.
on that occasion. It's 2-2. This is going to be a long day with lots of drama.
Fifth leg, it's Jim
Lots
to
of
throw
permutations.
First. Game on.
But you know what? This is a type of day where we don't mind if we're here all day because it means that there's drama. It means the darts are going to be good. And it means that there's going to be storylines everywhere you go. Now, if you are
43.
heading out and about over the course of the day, then you can keep up to tabs of all the action via our Twitter channels. It is at MSS Darts on Twitter, where we'll be keeping you up to tabs of all the games and of all the latest results, all the latest statistics. And we'll also be giving you video tapes of all the big crucial moments as the day goes along. And if you can't be here for the rest of the afternoon, highlights will be available immediately after the session's finished on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
Every now and again, Henry, you talk about how much younger than me you are, but you've just mentioned videotapes.
58.
If we're handing out videotapes on London Road in Portsmouth, there's going to be a lot of people trying to find their VCR from the basement.
I got told the other week I look like a 32-year-old when I'm 9 years younger than that. So, you know, that just says everything that you need to know. Apparently, I look older than
60.
Owen Binks, one of our referees.
There's no age barriers in darts. None at all. You think about how old Jim McEwen is. He might still have
43.
a good 15 years ahead of him. The record for someone playing at the World Championship stands in the late 60s. John McGowan, Mr. Magoo. Age is but a number in this sport.
93.
It's more about the application and the commitment, and Jim has still got plenty of it.
However, could be in a bit of trouble in this leg because Matt Clark is threatening the break to lead 3-2, and it'd mean that he'd then be throwing for the match.
100.
This encounter went all the way to a deciding leg. McEwen managing to hold his nerve against the darts. They didn't abetted by that 138 checkout en route.
After leg 3, I was convinced that McEwen was going to steam forward and get the 2 points. How wrong can you be?
84.
Well, effectively, the pair have just met in the middle, haven't they? Because McEwen was averaging 104 at that point. Matt Clark around about 88. They've both kind of moved closer towards the middle. McEwen 96, Clark 93. Not as if you can even look at the doubles percentage as perhaps a reason why, because McEwen himself
55.
still 2 from 3 on the
Matt,
outer
you
ring.
require
But Clark has just managed to
124.
up it, and by upping it, has afforded himself opportunities. 124 for the break, and he's got 6 from here.
Might just need the 3. 888.
Game
Clark
shot on the
takes
fifth
the lead
leg. Matt
with
Clark.
a 15-dart break of throw. This
Sixth leg,
group
it's Matt to throw
could be
first.
toppled
Game on.
on its head in the next few minutes. I said that Östland beating Białecki was good for everybody else.
83.
Who is this good for? Maybe everybody else again.
There's one man that'll be looking at this result and thinking, yes, please. That's Steve West.
I know one person it's not good for, and that's Jim McEwen.
125.
Still not had a leg in this match. Won above 15 darts in more than 5 visits.
A very good quality game from two players who are applying themselves very well over the age of 50.
100.
It's inspirational for a lot of people watching this because they might think their best days are ahead of them instead of behind them. And you've got to applaud the Super Series, World Seniors, and the ADC for offering opportunities to people
60.
in order to get here and to be ready for getting here.
Big few darts, big couple of visits incoming here. Clark with the darts. They're both basically at the same point in the leg, but that 140 has forced McEwen to perhaps find something just a little bit bigger.
Doesn't like that first start at all. Forces him to switch.
96.
It's a decent switch. He's 3 darts away from a double, but Clark is just a little bit closer. That little grimace tells me that he is desperate for a 138. Now, what does he want to do here? Does he want to go for the 140 to leave 38? Or does he want to go for the 18s?
140.
Chooses the aggressive approach, and I like it.
Forces McEwen to do something in kind. 140 cents minimum requirement here.
140.
And that's exactly what he finds. And so Clark,
Matt, you
for the
require
match,
38.
does he split or does he hit?
He had match darts in his first game yesterday. He missed them. They cost him a foundation to start his day.
Game,
he does not
shots, and the
stop
match, Matt
here
Clark.
because he is very much back in the race. The top two, who are on 8 points at the start of the day, have been stopped by both Matt Clark and Anton Östlund, who were in the bottom two. So what a day we've got ahead of ourselves. That's what you saw in game 2. What are we going to see in game 3 after the break?
And so to game 3, and so to Dennant and to West. Well, these results so far today has been laid picture perfect for these two. For Steve, well, he can put himself level with the leading pack. As for Matt Dennant, he can put himself within a couple of points of qualification. And if Matt Dennant can win this game, we'll have a perfectly uniform table following the first round of fixtures. But this man, Steve West, is all business today.
First leg, it's Matt to throw first.
He's had Group
Game
C
on.
heartache at Champions Week before. He missed out by the narrowest of all margins when he was defied by Justin Hood back in Series 3. He's got a spring in his step. And he hopes to make a second passage through to the MODUS Super Series
43.
mecca that is Champions Night.
But he's up against the person who has had his number more than anybody
140.
else this week, which is Dennant. Matt has won against Steve yesterday by 4 legs to 1. And he did the same on Tuesday. And he beat him on Monday by 4 legs to 2. The sole win for West this week against Dennant was on Wednesday by 4 legs to 2. what he would give
44.
for that today. And make no mistake, when you're having these daily battles with someone like Matt, who's exceptional at what he does,
100.
Steve West would like to win this game and see the back of him this week.
Dennett's really been the one man that we've not really spoken about
96.
so far today. And I think he will like that.
Some dart players like to be talked about. Some people don't mind
134.
when we don't talk
Matt,
about
you
them.
require
It depends on the
96.
character. Great first start. This is a strong start from the
Game
scholar.
shot on the first leg.
You're not
Matt
going to see much
Evans.
better than that. That's a 14 dart start. And West has got to be really strong in mind
Second leg,
here.
it's Steve to throw first.
He can't be
Game
thinking,
on.
stop doing this to me. It's right. Line drawn in the sand. If you're going to get 14 darters, I'm
100.
going to join you and I'm going to find a 12 at some point.
I was speaking to
59.
Steve this morning before the action got underway, and it's a very jovial character, is Steve, but there was a real business head about him this morning. Actually, one of the first things he
140.
asked for was, where can I get a live league table? That is how in tune he is today.
It just goes to show as well that he wants to know what's
140.
happening. Some people don't. Just before we get too deep in this game, as we do acknowledge a 180 from West,
180.
we didn't get any in the previous game, but don't let that fool you at all. That was an exceptional contest
59.
between
Steve, you
McEwen and
require
Clark,
81.
both averaging north of 96. A tremendous game. Double 12.
57.
Time on his side, but he does not want to keep missing doubles like that. Because sometime today, he will need to hit shots
59.
like that.
Steve, you require 24.
Double 12 for Est to level up at one apiece now. Sixers. That's to nudge across.
This cost him yesterday.
18.
Double 6 did not cooperate. The only way that could have gone worse for Steve is if he'd left himself on 3.
136. Steve, you require 6.
Get rid of this now. This is hard. But he's got to be aggressive because Dennett is on his shoulder.
No score.
Doesn't go. And so
Matt, you
Dennett comes
require
back for a
48.
2-0 lead, and it's going to be his handy friend of double 16. But it's the other
32.
side.
I thought that was going in.
Steve, you require
He had
6.
so much in the way of assists. 2-2.
Game shot on the second
This one
leg.
works.
Steve West.
Has he used up a life there? But it is 1-1. Maybe slightly fortunate to be
Third
in
leg,
this
it's
game
Matt to
and
throw
all square,
first.
but
Game on.
you've got to use it.
If he was to pick up the trophy
39.
tomorrow night, where would this rank amongst the achievements in Steve West's career?
Biggest, simple as that. Not even a hesitation for me. He's won ranked tournaments before.
100.
He's done very well in Denmark in his career. But in the grand scheme of things, and I know his backstory better than most. I've spent time with Steve. We've played golf
96.
together. We've travelled on the tour together. Winning this tomorrow would mean the world to him, considering what's about to happen in the next
60.
12 months. Because he's getting married. He's rebuilt his life over the last few years. And winning something like this with a big cash
60.
injection would be huge for his life. Everybody who's left in this tournament here this week has got a genuine story to tell.
100.
Dennett's got a new young family. We could go into that.
164.
£20,000 is a lot of money. And whether they've thought about what they would do with it or not,
Matt, you require 142.
they want it.
Denham wanted the 1-4-2. That's not going to go, and so West comes back for the break. 101 is what he's looking at.
Steve, you require
Sets up well though
101.
there. Just a scholar to leave 32, and so pressure applied upon this finish.
Double 12.
89.
Said that he'd need to
Matt,
hit
you
shots
require
like that.
32.
Double 12 has not cooperated so far today, and Dennant is now on 8s.
Game shot.
That's
the
been his
third
Achilles
leg.
heel this
Matt
week.
Dennant.
It's been the doubles that have let him down more than anything else, but they don't let him down right there.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first.
You
Game
think
on.
about what he's done this week, which has been pretty decent.
140.
But look at yesterday. 86.38 for the day. That's a reduction of over 5 points in average
100.
from Wednesday to Thursday. And on top of that, he was bottom of the daily doubles percentages by a country mile.
55.
He had more darts at double than anybody yesterday, and he had equally the fewest hits
180.
of anybody in the chasing pack that we could call the chasing pack before the bottom two have actually won this morning. 13 hits from 58
58.
darts at a double.
If he's to be eliminated today, is he going to be living that perhaps an opportunity has passed him by somewhat as he finds his second max of the
180.
match?
Everyone's going to think that. Not just Dennant.
140. Matt, you
What a leg
require
this has been.
41.
Very much akin to what we saw from Erstland in the previous match. In
Game
game one,
shot
it's
on
an
the
11
fourth
darter,
leg.
our second
Matt
of the day.
Dennant.
And Dennant, what has he got on West? He's caused him so many problems this
Fifth
week.
leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
It could be yet another game where West averages over 91 and loses.
99.
Well, you could see Steve there just chanting away to himself in the background. It's been the story of his week.
But
stories can change.
Yeah, it's the next chapter now.
$52.
We all held our breath a little bit because he's done it before.
46.
Only one person's done this in this building. Don't tease me, Matt. Don't tease me.
180.
Tease me, tease me, tease me.
41. Matt, you require 170.
It's on. 356.
145.
Dennant is in three figures for the average. West,
100. Matt, you require 25.
91 and a half. It just doesn't seem to be enough against Dennant, who's in this sort of mood, who's hit double 9. He's only got 7 left. What a
Game,
performance
shot,
that is.
And the match,
The
Matt
thorn in
Dennant.
the side of Steve West for the week is named Matthew Dennant. A really good performance, 98.25 in a flash. He wins that in less than 10 minutes. And my word, he just found the right shots at the right times, and Matthew Dennant is now on 6 points alongside West. We've got a table that is just tantalising. We will be back after this short break.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
George Taylor, Gareth Tilling. And board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. As Champions Week is nearing its conclusion, we will know the finalists come the end of today. And in Group C, well, there is going to be a real race to the end. That's because in those first couple of matches, the bottom two beat the top two, and the group is bunching up. Matty Dennett then seeing off Steve West 4-1, meaning he goes level on points with West in the Group C table. They're both on 6 in the middle. The bottom two now on 4 and the top two remaining on 8. And we could have a scenario after the next set of fixtures where we have 4 players on 8 points, 1 on 6 and 1 on 4. It is certain now that this is going to be a gripping climax, and guiding you through every dart, it's Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Thanks, Murph. What a table you have just seen via that graphic, because I'm not sure I predicted what we've seen in round 1. Everything has bunched up. It's like a banana factory right now. As for this one, we are assured that somebody is going to get to 6 points. Clark remains in 6th position. Ursland just above him in position 5. One of them is going to get to 6 alongside Dennett and West, who have just served up a very interesting contest in 5 legs. In my own mind, Henry, overnight, I was thinking, I think McEwen's going to get through this one. And sneakily, I thought that maybe West would nick that 2nd spot. But my word, right now, predicting this table is like trying to predict the lottery numbers.
Is it fair to say that at this moment in time, the loser of this match is the first player we can scrub out the equation in terms of tomorrow night?
I'm not even sure you can say that at this point. I know that there are games running out, but I'm trying to be logical about this table. It's throwing logic into a food processor and shredding it.
100.
What we did see, which I want to tip my hat to, especially with Clark and Dennett, is genuine quality. 97.89, best performance of the week so far from Clark.
45.
98.25 from Dennett. Nowhere near his best, but still brilliant. But maybe the tale of the last 24 hours has been people playing well and losing. Think about what happened to Conan Whitehead last night.
80.
I did a calculation for what happened against Conan yesterday in the 4 games he played. He lost them all, and accumulatively,
77.
His opponents were 55% on doubles against him. It's almost as if the Series 1 champion's got a target on his back. But then again, this whole scenario here in Group C, this is like paintball. Everyone's got a target on their chest and their back.
Clark went off the 4-6 favourite. Osland, the 11-10 outsider. Both winning their opening matches.
61.
And Clark going to get off to
Matt, you require
the fastest start of the pair
138.
here, leaving a 1-3-8 after 12. Osland really hasn't got going in this first leg. And I just wonder if Anton, he's the type of player, we've seen what his personality is like.
43.
He's a very buoyant, very vibrant character. My worry is if things don't go his way, that energy that we see exude from him can be quickly taken out of his body.
140. Matt, you require 95.
Think about Anton's hit rate of making Saturdays. 1 from 1. He doesn't do failure here in Portsmouth. That was a somewhat greedy dart there, but was that a calculated risk with Anton on 138? A
55.
shot that Matt actually had
Anton, you require 138.
earlier in the leg.
What, somebody gambling on a 1-3-8? Never happened before.
I don't know what you're talking about.
102.
So tops for
Matt, you
Clark to
require
take this
40.
opening leg on throat. Saves himself, poises himself,
Game
and
shot on the
pins the tops
first
first
leg.
start.
Matt Clark.
1-0 to Clark. Superman is on the board.
Do you have a favourite Superman? Of
Second leg,
everybody
it's
who's
Anton
actually
to throw
played the
first.
character?
Game on.
I'll be honest with you, I've never watched Superman in my life.
79.
Never watched Superman, I've never watched Spider-Man. Never watched Batman, not watched any of them.
You're not endearing yourself by continuing to talk. That is obscene, Mr. Deacon.
140.
I was going to have a nice conversation with everybody here at the Super Series about who plays the best Batman. You're not invited anymore.
Not the first thing in my life I've not been invited to.
134.
The correct answer is Christopher Reeve, by the way.
Never heard of him.
We need to change the subject because that is an abhorrent reply.
85.
I'll tell you what, Paul, we will change the subject. Let's talk about darts.
Yeah, good idea. That is a rabbit hole I never want to go down again. As far as superheroes are concerned
85.
in the Nordic region, they love a bit of Thor. Someone's going to have to hammer their way through this table at some point. I just wonder if it's going to come down to leg difference. There's not a great deal of difference between the top and the bottom at the minute. You might think that 12 legs is a lot, but it isn't.
43.
That can change in one round of matches.
Was he DC or Marvel?
Thor?
Genuinely, I had no idea.
Thor's Marvel. Batman's DC.
137.
You're talking to the right person here. I am a collector of darts memorabilia as well.
$82.
What these guys want to
Antonio
be is a
requires
collector of a
66.
title. They've all got a title to their name in the series, but they want the big one. They want the shiny sticker. Did you get that reference? You didn't. You're into football, Henry, and you didn't get a shiny
50.
sticker?
Matt, you
With a-
require 151.
Oh, I give up.
Well, Clark hasn't given up on this leg, and he's looking for a 1-5-1 for a 2-0 lead. Isn't going to go this time, and so Earthling comes back for double 8 to level proceedings up at 1 apiece. Just double checks with our referee, Charlie Corsafine. As you can see, the first dart being below meant that he couldn't quite see whether
97.
that second was in the treble or
And
not.
Sonia
But
requires
Earthling here
16.
has an open bed on double 8 to aim at.
That's not the worst guide in the world. That's not too helpful.
Game shot on the
However,
second leg.
it proved to
Anton
be.
Ersland.
Defying a bit of physics there was 1 ton.
Third leg, it's Matt to throw
Sounds
first.
like a soup.
Game on.
I still don't like that nickname. What I do like is when you're grinding out legs like that. It's exactly what he did against Białecki in game 1.
44.
But if Clark was to bring the same sort of quality that we saw from game 2, I'm not sure Anton has got in his arsenal right now enough to beat Clark, based on what we've seen over the last 25 hours.
180.
But maybe I'm wrong.
Now, yesterday when Sebastian Białecki hit a 9-darter against Anton, he probably celebrated more than the pole did. Goodness gracious, if Anton hits one.
140.
I just think that was a lovely moment. I think that showed a bit of class. It was the end of the day. No more darts to be thrown on the stage. And one of the things that made that such a lovely moment for Sebastian was that
100.
Anton gave him some joy back as well. There's no crowd here for him to bellow to or celebrate with. I think the referee, Jack Garwood, and Sebastian's opponent showed a great deal of class in making that moment really special for him. It's something he'll treasure
59.
forever.
Such a pleasant young man is Anton when you actually get the chance to talk to him. He's got a real bubbly personality. Type of person that
60.
I think epitomises the spirit that the Super Series is played in. He's the type of player I hope we get to see here for series upon series upon series to come, because I think he could be a real star of this competition.
96. Anton, you require 161.
Don't get too optimistic. He might indeed get a Q School card in January by going to Kalkar in Germany.
60.
Some people might just hold themselves back a year or two. And I just get the feeling that winning that £5,000 a few weeks ago has probably been banked in waiting for a Q School campaign at the start of 2024. But he could still
122.
find his way to the
Anton,
title
you
here
require
this week.
101.
But he'd need to win this game and the rest today and hope that things go his way.
Is it perhaps ironic that one-ton Anton had left 101 after 12?
57. Matt, you require 40.
It just illustrates how weak that nickname is. I just don't like it. Double 10.
Game shot on the
Very
third
nice
leg.
find from
Matt
Superman.
Clark.
So it's 2-1 to him. In a battle between the two players at the foot of the table.
Fourth leg, it's Anton to throw first. Game
I'm sure
on.
there are people out there watching this thinking, it's rather disrespectful of me to say that I don't like his nickname. There are many nicknames out there I don't like. It's
140.
a personal thing. I just think he can do better.
If you think you've got a nickname for Anton, then why don't you tweet us? It's at MSS Darts.
Well, think about his countryman, Johan Engström, who's got the sweet ferret.
23.
That's different, and I like that. Magnus Karras was Poker Face, wasn't he?
57.
That's a good nickname. Superman is a good nickname. Have you got a favourite darts nickname, Henry?
How can it not be Frosty the Throwman?
Yeah, I think that's everybody's
26.
favourite.
You can have Darren Ice Cold Beverage.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That was well thought of. Haven't seen Darren for a while.
140.
If you're watching this, Darren, we're watching out for you. Looking forward to having you back.
Suppose Owen Bates is quite creative.
Not a fan of that either.
47.
I'm not a fan of this leg from Clark.
Anton, you require 164.
He will despise it. It's almost like he's handing the leg to Anton on a plate.
140.
It becomes very easy to get to the finishing line when your opponent is not past 400 after 9.
15 points between the pair and the averages. Anton Östlund behind, though, but has the
40.
chance to level up. He's
Anton
left double
required
12
24.
after 12 darts for 2-2 in this important battle. It could almost be a de facto eliminator. Matt Clark is in a different, not just
18.
postcode, but a different country. But Östlund's made a mess of that. With his opponent back on 3-6-5, he has now got to go treading down the trap door. Although he does have a bit of time on his side.
He might go 2-2-2 the same way that Steve West did in our previous match.
6.
Coincidentally, that was West's biggest finish of the game. I'm not even sure he's happy with the single.
He looks like he's going through the motions here. There'll be an outpouring of emotions if he can sandwich one in the middle.
2.
Look on the bright side. At least he's got 3 darts at double this time guaranteed. Unless he splits them both, of course. Hang on a minute. Anton does not want to slip up here. Otherwise, we're going to have a Mark Goodbridge, Andy Jenkins moment.
Anton, you require 4.
Matt Clark was all the way back, just over the 400 mark, when Östlund was leaving double 12.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Sigh of relief for the Swede.
Östlund.
We can forget about that leg now and go into leg 5 to see who takes the lead.
5th leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
He looks like a man under pressure. He looks like a man who knows this is a big moment and he's playing it.
But he's not under pressure. That's the thing. You've got to know this situation. But maybe before you know it, you've got
100.
to experience it. Look at the table. Who's expected to come through? The people above you. The only realistic pressure is coming from the players
97.
themselves. Saying, if I win this game, I still have a chance. Keep telling yourself you are the underdog.
And so, by that logic, does somebody perhaps, when this competition's over, if Anton's feeling that
100.
way, needs just to get to him and say, right, that's not the situation. You know, this is the first time, I know he played at the European Tour in Budapest, but this is the first time he's coming to something like this, maybe with a bit of expectation on his
100.
shoulders, and maybe he's just felt that a little bit.
I know he's not alone coming over to England for this. And he does have some very good counsel, but they aren't here. They're not allowed here. No guests for players Monday to Friday.
97.
That's the rule. Once you walk through that door, you're on your own. It's a bit like the Crystal Maze.
Tell you what, there's 1 or 2 people if you wouldn't mind looking into some of the rooms here either.
94.
Clark here, 6 darts for 3-2.
Got to go with the 18s.
94.
It's a very fine visit. He locks in an opportunity for 3-2. This is typically Matt Clark today, isn't it? He won 4-2 against McEwen.
100.
He does everything
Matt,
methodically.
you require 110.
He waits for you to make a mistake and he pounces.
This game has been somewhat protracted. The winner will be ecstatic because they'd still be in the
86.
mix. Clark leads
Anton, you
double
require
12.
110.
Östlund could do with a ton topper here. The 110's on. If he can find double 16. Oh, just the other
92.
side of the wire.
Almost a 110 for 1
Matt, you
ton.
required 24.
It was almost written, not in the stars, but on the back of his shirt. Clark sees the mistake. Does he pounce on double 6?
Game shot on the 5th
Silly
leg.
question.
Matt Clark.
His output is way down on what we saw in his first match. It's down by 16 points.
6th leg, it's Anton to throw first. Game on.
But the one thing that remains is quality on the outer ring. He's 50% so far in this game, and he was 4 from 6 in his previous one.
118. 80.
Second max of the match for Ursland. And both of them have actually come at the beginning of legs. If we can find a third,
59.
we find ourselves once again tantalisingly set on the edge of our seats.
Just for a moment, I was thinking about how he experienced a 9-darter yesterday
140.
and how he would like to be on the other side of the coin. And he was 3 darts into it. He got darts 5 and 6, but he didn't get dart 4.
I think after the first max, he was hoping that you were going to head up to the balcony to join Chris Murphy.
123.
I was already out of the room when Sebastian hit the first 180. All being said, this is a great leg from Anton.
95.
I think this game being as tight as possible is good for people above them in the table because it doesn't flare their leg difference to the extreme. Imagine if someone like Matt had won 4-0.
59. Anton, you require
He'll
86.
all of a sudden be above Steve West in the table. The fact that it's close keeps him in the bottom 2 for now.
46.
Tops after 12 to send us all the way. Clark needs to find something big here. That's not going to help.
It's been so up and down. He's had good legs in this game, but he's had atrocious legs as well.
Anton, you require 40.
It's got to be a sign of the pressure that they're under today. Or that the
Game shot the sick
pressure that they're putting
Anton
themselves
Ursland.
under, which is probably a better way of putting it. 4-3, just like the first game for Ursland.
So
Is he about to get a second win
Game
in
on.
the same vein as Białecki yesterday? Think about what Białecki went through. He won 3 from 3, and he won them all 4-3. And the majority of the time, he was surviving match darts.
100.
Clark loses. He will stay at the bottom of the table, and all Ursland would have done today is rise.
These two are under the ultimate stress and duress.
100.
The heart will be beating at way beyond 100 beats per minute. The hearts will be in mouths perhaps at times today. Such is going to be the drama. Such is going to be the tension. And it's going to be all about inspired moments in legs like this. All about big visits like that. That stem tides, turn games, change fortunes.
140.
That's a great 140. Ursland has now got 6 of them in this match. 2 better than Matt Clark, but what is it about him throwing first in a leg that changes him completely?
140.
In a couple of legs in this game, and I don't think Matt would mind me saying this, he's been awful. But when he's thrown first, he's been a different beast. It's old school darts to the max.
57.
It's at every
Matt, you require
single cost.
124.
Find the hold of throw. That's what this game's been all about.
And he has got time to complete the job. He may only need the 3 to get it done. Not to be on this occasion.
108.
Lees himself 8 after 12 in this oh so important leg. Ursland needs to fill it up and hope.
Matt Clark hits that 16 shot.
96.
Ursland is going to be in the
Matt,
basement.
you requires 16.
8 for Clark. The exhale of breath. The pin on the double.
Shot, and the match.
And not all heroes
Matt
wear
Clark.
capes, but Superman is looking to rise from the ashes. Matt Clark is still in the mix, is still in the equation. The man who came so close towards the big prize in Series 2 is hoping to be back in Series 5. A 13 darter to complete the job for free against Anton Ersland. Keeps him in the mix on 6. Next up, Białecki against West. Hi there, everybody. Welcome back to the Super Series, where we're into Game 5 of our Friday afternoon session here in Portsmouth on the wet Sogden South Coast. We see Białecki and West go toe-to-toe here on the South Coast. West looking to make a return to Champions Night. He was there in Series 4. He lost in the semi-finals to Colin Osborne up against Białecki, who was, well, the big transformer from Group A into Group C. But a win here for West would mean that the top 3 would all be tied on 8 points. Things are getting tight in the group, Nico.
Aren't they just? Now we'll start to talk about
First
the intricate nature of
first.
how the
Game
games should go for people's liking. It hasn't gone the way of West in round 1, but my word, it could have been worse. It could have been a lot worse.
134.
Whoever wins this game will be feeling very happy indeed, because
100.
Białecki lost in round 1. So did Steve. West is looking to get to 8. Białecki by hook or by crook is looking to get to 10 and top of the table for the second time today.
57.
Okay.
60.
Well, Białecki, I'm sure he's feeling heartbroken at losing that first game of the day.
140.
But how does West react after losing to Dennett again? I
45.
think that's the
Sebastian
biggest narrative in this game.
170.
Well, this would be systematic at Steve West's week if Białecki could pin the big fish. Another one of them leaves the bullseye for the pole, who would have nearly completed the set as far as Champions Week was concerned. We've seen 6 big fishes in the history of Champions Week. We nearly saw a 7th there.
60. Sebastian, you require 25.
I think Steve is looking to withstand this first leg, and then he's going to have to hit the Jets after this.
9.
Is going to come back importantly. 8 for the first leg.
However, the pressure is there.
Sebastian requires 16. Game shot on the first leg. Sebastian Białecki.
A very warm
Second leg,
welcome
it's
to viewers
Steve to
joining
throw
us on
first.
Sporty
Game
Stuff
on.
TV. It's Group C action here at the MODUS Super Series. It's Champions Week, and we're watching Sebastian Białecki in action against Steve West. Białecki has taken the opening leg to nil.
81.
A double 8 with a 16 darter means that he has taken the opening spoils. Henry Deacon alongside Paul Nicholson here in the commentary box for you. And just to paint the picture as to what we've seen so far today, a victory for Białecki moved him on to 10 points. There's a conceivable
85.
scenario that the top 4 could all be on the same number of points. The asset, as I say, alongside me in the commentary box, and this is a session that's got drama written all over it.
140.
It has now. Like we've just said, round 1 could have been so much worse for Steve. It could have been so much better
140.
for Sebastian. He started well with a 16-dart hold of throw. The response from here on out for West has
92.
got to be focused. He's the one who's been chasing the majority of the time in this group. Białecki's been in a very different position. He's been holding on to top spot or second spot the whole time.
135. $94.
Score
Sebastian
halved
Require,
by West.
141.
You didn't see this for the 9-darter yesterday because he got a 144. He's just missed a 170 finish in the previous leg.
81. Stevie Require, 94.
This is such a big shot for his confidence.
Game
Good
shot
old
on the
double
second
top.
leg. Steve West.
Just when you need a friend, it pops up and says, come on in.
Third leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
Small moments can make for bigger foundations, and could that just be the moment that just stems the tide a little bit there for Steve West?
Can we just talk about how you win at sports like this?
55.
This is how you win at sports like golf as well. Individual sports. It's all about winning the small battles one at a time and
55.
allowing them to culminate into winning the big battles. You can't win leg 4 right now, but you can win leg 3. So don't worry about leg 4. Don't worry about winning the match right now.
140.
Don't worry at all. Just focus on winning leg 3. That's the first small battle. Then you look after leg 4. A lot of players that I've spoken to over the years, they spend too much time
140.
worrying about the big picture when they've still got other things to do.
$139.
Białecki leads himself on a finish, both on 306 after 6 darts, and West looking to do exactly what Białecki just did, but he was unsuccessful on that particular task. So 6 for Seb for a 2-1 lead.
It's getting to the stage where West and
55.
Whitehead, who are fairly good friends away from any kind of competitive action, they're going to have something in common
99.
by the end of the
Sebastian
session by the looks of
Require,
it.
112.
Everybody seems to be turning up against them.
$56. Stevie
This time
Require,
the score is half by
108.
Sebastian. 54. Not found. It's such a gift to be able to get the
43.
darts so close
Sebastian
together.
Require,
But every now and
56.
again, it is a bit of a curse. Double top for the pole for 2-1.
$36.
If Steve was praying in the
Require,
church
65.
for getting a shot 65, those prayers have been answered.
And he'll be saying a little prayer for tops, and now for 10s.
45.
And so it's maybe on a
Sebastian
prairie
Require,
now.
20.
He has had chances in this game. That was the biggest one. That's
Game
pinpoint
shot
for
on the third
Białecki.
leg.
Takes a lead.
Sebastian Białecki.
West is having to work very, very hard for everything he gets today.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first.
It just goes to show, based on what's happened to West today, averaging 91 is not a good thing.
60.
He did that throughout the game with Matthew Dennant in Game 3, which was live on our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Ultimately, in 6 legs, Dennant was too good at 98. Białecki, with
60.
a statistic of less numbers than that of West, is still finding more. And you might ask why.
41.
It's very simple. He's got the throw and the odd-numbered legs. He doesn't have to average as much as West, and he could still win.
81.
But at what point for Steve West does it become a case of maybe it's not going to happen now? Maybe this is just like one stretch too far. And I know that he's a type of player that thinks until the very last dart is thrown that he can conjure something up. But even he must be feeling that everything in terms of fate is going against him at this present moment in time.
Got to believe in what Sarah Connor said. There is no fate but what we make for ourselves.
125.
Basically, there is no fate.
$134. Steve,
really good switching there from Białecki.
No way. No way, Steve.
60.
Just trying to make something happen.
91.
Had he got the first bull, he might have gone 60 tops. Bullseye's not working out for anybody. That's 72 left. Double 12. Steve can't watch.
67.
And almost a double 9.
Steve,
And this is where
90.
I firmly believe that you have to go 20s, not bull first. The right player. Is it the right result?
75.
It's not happening.
Sebastian, you require 24.
At least not yet.
For the break, and if Białecki gets this, he's throwing for the match. Can he just kiss it off that barrel? Just half an inch across. Yes, is the answer.
Sebastian Białecki.
Steve West couldn't watch in the background, but he probably expected that to go because that's just been the tail of the tape as far as his week is concerned.
Game on.
And so Białecki now with the darts to a 4-1 victory. The roll of the eyebrow probably says it all. $140 to start. It forces West into a max turning field, or at least a 140 just to keep pace, but he can't do that. Recovers well from the first dart.
This will feel all too familiar for Steve, considering what he went through in game number 3.
140.
He's trying to relieve pressure by
85.
doing something very smart here, West. He's trying to smile. But whatever he tries, it feels like it's just not happening. Something needs to turn,
44.
and it needs to turn very soon. Even if it's something like
100.
getting a 140 and then backing it up with another big score and then a clean take on a double. But we're at the point now where maybe he needs Sebastian to miss darts for the match to invite West back in.
45.
Needs to find a couple of trebles. Needs to find one at the very, very, very least. Not
47.
that one, though.
Sebastian, you require
so,
132.
132 for the match. The champagne shot won't go. But how many times has he gone for a bullseye and it's found the single 8 this week?
Plenty.
84.
This should be somewhat
Steve,
ironic.
you require 144.
Now, Białecki
60.
does have a choice here.
Sebastian, you require
Predominantly this week,
48.
he's been choosing double 16 over double top. He chooses double 16 again.
Game,
And it
shot,
is a fine choice
and the
because he
match.
gets a
Sebastian
4-1
Białecki.
victory. It is a 4-pointer style game, which is won by the poll. And it means that West goes to 5th position in the table. And provisionally, it is Białecki who is top on points on his own. And he's the first person to get to 10 points in the table. We'll survey that a little bit more when we come back. And that's when McEwen will take on Dennett. And just like that, we are going into the last match of round number 2. Time to find out if Sebastian Białecki is going to have some company at the top of the table on points, because he sits atop the table now on double digits, with McEwen applying the brakes in his first game against Matt Clark. He can't afford to do that again. But if he does, it's Matthew Dennett that will join him on 8 points. And there is a possibility that we could have Dennett on 8 points.
Game on.
A superior leg difference and maybe going to second for now. This is how it looks now. McEwen second, Dennett third. But you look at that plus-minus column, 4 legs between them.
121.
That could change. Interesting times ahead, Henry.
Dennett may well be sneaking his way into the equation. The scholar kicks off Max. It was a day of missed opportunities for the Midlands man yesterday. But it looks like there's just a new vigour about him. 98.25 was the average in his game against Steve West. 4 out of 9 when it came to the finishing.
100.
And these two going to see their group campaigns pass like ships in the night. Is Dennett? No. We got a bit excited for a second.
I'm not sure what kind of ships you're referring to, Henry, but we're in Portsmouth. They're probably battleships. Battleships passing in the night.
45.
What's not to like?
Ports of the ceremonial home of the Mary Rose and many other famous warships. But these two may well be islands in the stream.
139.
I don't know how he got there, but that was quite impressive, actually. You got a favourite warship? I know I've got one, because it was our ship. The Ark Royal. I saw it leaving the Tyne
105.
over 10
Matt
years ago.
requires 60.
And I suppose we could call whoever wins this week a little bit of royalty. Super Series royalty, at least.
Game shot on the first
And
leg.
Denon has got the bit
Matt
between his
Denon.
teeth today, hasn't he? That's a 12-dart opening leg.
Second leg, it's Matt to throw first.
Something
Game
has got
on.
him going. And I said to you this morning, didn't I, that he's got the levels to win a group like this.
140.
It's just whether they turn up on a consistent basis. It's been a very up and down week for Matt. He's been as high as 107, but he's been as low as 70. His weekly range is massive.
And I would like to caveat the
140.
fact as well that Matt Denon yesterday went off to a couple of fast starts in this 12-13 dart leg region,
85.
and then things just collapsed as the line bared forwards.
One of the benefits of seeing these players play so many games is that you can establish patterns of behaviour, patterns of performance.
135.
Some of them can be put down to maybe it just happens once or twice.
58.
But when it continues to happen, like Białecki going for the bullseye and hitting small eights, that is not an accident all of a sudden when you've done it about 8 or 9 times. I don't know why, but when I woke up this morning, I thought that this group might be
59.
over by round 3. It's not going to be. And by the time McEwen plays Steve West in game 14, it might not even be over then.
60. Jimmy required 167.
So both players on big finishes. McEwen first poker, the 167 against the darts. That's not going to go. So can Denon find a 158? This would be for the 2-0 lead. And would further
41.
derail the Scot.
Matt, you require 158.
Bit scrappy, that
Jimmy
one.
required 126.
Just makes the next visit a little bit more difficult, if indeed he is given the opportunity. Now he is. And Denon will be saying in his own mind, why didn't I leave something under 90 here?
98. Matt, you require
The
117.
most I can expect is 1 dart a double.
Well, he's going to get it. But he couldn't get that. And so McEwen is back for the break back.
It's a hit a double that Matthew Denon's hit more than anybody else this week.
Game shot
Double
on the
14
second
is
leg.
very
Jim
much
McEwen.
beloved by right-handers. Such a lovely height to throw at. This one's 1-1.
Third leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Yet to get a game today that goes to 0. And yet to get a game that goes to 4. Oh, we did get a 4-2 in that McEwen game.
100.
But why did it feel like a 4-3?
Whilst we have the opportunity, many congratulations to those that have qualified
59.
for the Grand Slam of Darts via the qualifier this afternoon. Danny Noppert, Stephen Bunting, Ryan Searle, former Super Series player Nathan Rafferty, Damon Hetta, Steve Lennon. Big qualification that for him. Martijn Kleermaker and Brendan Dolan have all qualified through to the
135.
Grand Slam of Darts via the qualifier at the Barnsley Metrodome, where there was a very emotional farewell for many to that particular venue yesterday.
96.
Yeah, you're not kidding, Henry. It's going to be missed next year, that's for sure. And commiserations to everybody who lost out in the final games for the Grand Slam, the likes of Alan Suter. That is the big story. Because
58.
Alan Suter needed to make the Grand Slam to get back into the top 32 in the world. As it stands now, I believe, he has to go to the Last Chance
41.
World Championship qualifier. Because he's not inside the top 32 qualifiers. So that loss to Danny Nopper, particularly heartbreaking for another Scot on the hockey today. And Ross Smith not going to the Grand Slam is a huge, huge
85.
thing. Anyway, that's that. This is this. And McEwen, all of a sudden, is starting to show us what you were talking about, Henry.
98.
Fast start from the scholar,
Jimmy required
and then all of a sudden,
123.
it slows down.
It's like a Ferrari on a Formula One track. You think there's a fast start, and then suddenly the wheels begin to come off as McEwen here looks at the 1, 2, 3. Is it going to be as easy as A, B, C?
I'm not sure Ferrari were liking your statement there about their wheels falling off pretty much after the start.
83.
I give you Charles Leclerc in a diagram.
Can't leave Jim on
60.
tops. Not when he's
Jimmy
playing well.
required 40.
And he has played well in this game so far. He can play better than this.
Game shot on the
He
third
might just be
leg.
heating up.
Jim McEwen.
Because all of a sudden he's got to the halfway point ahead of Matt.
Fourth leg, it's Matt to throw first.
Well, this is what
Game
happens
on.
when a fast start is then counteracted by, well, steady going McEwen, 93.5, just over that, the average.
48.
2 from 2 when it comes to the doubles, and a 16 data to accumulate the third leg.
McEwen wins this game. It's a disaster for a lot of people. For Dennant, for Clark, and West.
78.
I think the chasing pack would much rather Matt Dennant stunted McEwen at 8 points.
140.
It might still happen. We're just trying to give you an insight into what the chasing pack want. Now, just because they put it in a letter to the Super Series Santa doesn't mean it's going to come true.
100.
There's a Super Series Santa.
Yeah, I didn't tell you about him.
47.
Is it real or mythical?
Just for me.
I'll be getting lumps of cold if there is one, put it that way.
What kind of house have you got?
Been a very bad boy this year, Nico.
98.
I've been good as gold. I'm going to get an orange.
That was a Victorian tradition, wasn't it?
It was.
58.
Talking to a person that for Christmas once, I got a box of cornflakes. True story. And it wasn't a joke. I wonder what Jim used to get for Christmas when he was younger. I'm sure he wanted to go to places like Lakeside. But in fact, if you are curious, there's only one
105.
person here this week that is going to Lakeside in a few weeks' time. And that's Sebastian Białecki. And he's drawn Scott Marsh
60.
in round
Jimmy
one. If he
required
wins that game, he would take
120.
on the number 1 seed, Andy Bartons.
Ladder time. Climbs for the single. Looking to reach the summit of the double.
Game shot on
That
the
is so
fourth
good.
leg. Jim McEwen.
Found the right-hand side of the bed. And in a very tight match, he finds the ladder. And there's no ladder in his tights, that's
Fifth
for
leg,
sure.
it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Oh, how the demeanour can change. The pain of being a dart player. I feel it. I really do. It's such a wonderful feeling when you're playing well
140.
and you're winning. But when you're in Matt Dennant's shoes right now, the only way I can describe it is emptiness.
140.
You've got to somehow fill yourself up with something that helps you, whether it's adrenaline, whether it's passion, drive. And now's the time for it, because this is Friday of Champions Week.
85.
The clock is ticking louder than ever before.
Well, you could perhaps describe the Scholars Day a little bit like a Manic Street
57.
Preachers track because it's Matt Denon Emptiness.
I'm not really sure where you were going with that.
180.
No other way of putting it. Absolutely marvellous. Just when Denon is starting
58.
to just
Jimmy
try and
McCoy,
chip away at
96.
Chucky, McEwen has just got what he needs. He can get 3 singles here and still be cruising.
But if you can tolerate single visits, then Jim McEwen will step in next.
56.
But he can't pin tots for the win.
Maybe you can teach a more seasoned jog old tricks or new tricks. That really confused me. McEwen's not that kind of player.
100. Jim, you require
Well, maybe
40.
he is now, but he's looking like a winner.
If he can pin, all reliable.
shots,
And tots
the
is
match,
found for
Jim
McEwen to
McEwen.
move him on to 10 points and to keep the chasing pack at bay. Matt Denon got off to a fast start, but it kind of unravelled from there. McEwen's consistency and steadiness won out. A 98-96 average and 4 out of 5 when it came to the finishing, helped by that Shanghai finish. Right, coming up next, big game for Steve West and Matt Clark. Realistically, the pair need a win.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series on this Champions Week. Group C is nearing its conclusion, and the first 6 results today have made a big difference in terms of who is going to get through. Wins in the last couple of games for Jim McEwen and Sebastian Białecki. That's after the pair of them who went into today top of the table lost their opening matches. It now means that the league table looks like this. McEwen and Białecki have now got a 4-point cushion over the rest of the field. Matt Denon and Matt Clark and Steve West all chasing them. One of those players, Clark or West, will go within 2 points of the top 2 in this next game. It's a really crucial contest for the pair of them. May even be win or bust. Whoever does win it will be firmly in contention, and Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon will talk you through it.
Let's get into it. The middle round of matches here today then. And things are getting pretty drastic for these two. One thing's for sure, Matt Clark has done a very good job here today, winning 2 games from 2. West has lost 2 from 2. Not the ideal start. And even if he wins his next 3, he's going to need help. Matt has needed help from the off. But first you've got to help yourself. When these two played yesterday, West won by 4 legs to 1 with an excellent performance in the mid-90s average-wise. How he would love to do that again, because if he was to lose this one, it looks very dire.
You get the sense
First
the
leg,
loser of
it's
this
Steve
game
to throw
will be
first.
like
Game on.
chip paper. Yesterday's news as far as the Super Series is concerned. That's your referee for this afternoon, Charlie Courtefine, world-leading official.
I suppose we have to say that Anton Östlund is the first person to be eliminated now because he's got 3 games left. All he can do is get to 10 points, but there's already 2 players there, and the likelihood is they're going to win at least one more game as well.
59.
So Östlund is the first person gone. I think he's going to have company pretty soon.
95.
And as the dart player I am, Henry, I'm feeling this for the players. In some weeks, it's easy to understand how the players feel. They come here with realistic ambitions. Do they get through to Saturday? No, they don't. They leave. They think, maybe I'll get another chance. This is different.
60.
They can see the trophy under the lights upstairs. They want to hold it. They want the money. They want the glory.
66.
But when you consider your position in the table now, you have to start thinking, is this going to be my week? The only person who can realistically say that right now is Andreas Harrison. He's the only one who's got a defined invitation to Saturday, even though Darrell Pilgrim is very close already. There is the trophy. Whitehead, Smith and Littler, the only names on it. And after what happened to Whitehead last night,
140.
his participation in Saturday is by no means guaranteed.
West would see it as a destiny fulfilled if he picked aloft the Super Series trophy tomorrow night, but he's going to have to
60.
do something
Steve, you require 115.
quite dramatic here, but it's moments like this that's going to have to go his way. He's got 6 and 115 to take the opening leg, and perhaps for the first time today, has got a little bit of time on his side.
59.
Don't forget as well, West is playing his 8th day in 9 days. 8th day of darts from 9. I don't care who you are, how fit you are, how prepared you are, that's hard.
58. Steve, you require 56.
We were both here when John Henderson won week 12 of Series 2, and he was cooked by the end of the second week.
Game shot on the
But
first
Steve
leg.
West is
Steve
hoping that
West.
he's no goose here as he goes 1-0 to the good against Matt Clark.
I don't know if you remember,
Second
Henry,
leg,
but
it's
it was
Matt to
before we
throw
came to
first.
Portsmouth.
Game on.
I remember vividly Sean McDonald found his way through a 4th week. Then he came back for the Champions Week the next week. And he went all the way to the final and lost to
99.
Richie Burnett. And by the end of that game, where he'd played, I think it was 12 days from 13, he looked like a zombie.
140.
But you make a good example of John Henderson, because when he was winning week 12 and winning through to the Champions Week latter stages, he'd been to a tournament the week before he came to us. So he'd gone 3 weeks
41.
straight. I've always used the example of the PGA Tour and the DP World Tour. Why do you not see players playing 4, 5, 6
120.
straight weeks? Because it's physically impossible. I'm looking at Steve in the background now, and I think he's trying to massage that focus.
60.
He's got plenty of time to think at the back of the stage. And I think this is the kind of game he can get his teeth into.
140.
Yeah, that noise of tungsten clattering against each other. Just great grouping from Steve. You're hearing that same noise with Matt now.
100. Steve, you require 101.
101 for the break and a 2-0 lead. Went down for the 17s. Couldn't find the treble with the second dart, and so Clark can only try and set up with the next turn.
47.
I think that's worked out pretty well for Steve, actually, because double 12 has not cooperated today. He's not left it on the 84. He's not left it on the 69. So leaving 54 is probably the best thing for him, because he's going to go for tops.
96. Steve, you require 54.
It's helped him in some scenarios this week. Can it aid him on this occasion? Tops.
Game shot
Yes,
the second
first
low.
darts, and
Steve
you know
West.
he's in tune when that goes first time of asking. 14 darts, a 2-0 lead, and finally,
Third leg, it's
Steve
Steve to
West
throw
might
first.
be getting
Game
the
on.
kind of results that his efforts perhaps deserve.
Yeah, two things are happening here, though. One, West is playing well. Matt is not.
140.
Clark's averaged 97.89 today in a victory and 83.73. I've done those in chronological order to illustrate the point that his performance level is decreasing. It's going downhill like Eddie the Eagle.
96.
He's got to arrest that slide and start climbing and start flying, which is exactly how it works in ski jumping.
Matt Clark might be sliding away, but Steve West seems to be in an oasis of
140.
calm.
He does seem very comfortable with this fixture, doesn't he? It felt like he's very calm against Matt yesterday as well.
100.
And look on the bright side. He has got 3 games left. He can still get to 12 points. But the dark side to the fact he's got 3 games left, if he
60.
wins them all, McEwen and Białecki only have to win 2 of their last 3 to make sure that West does not qualify. And remember that thing with Justin Hood? Where it was leg difference? Look at the difference between the top 2 who are at plus 10 and plus 5
122.
compared to
Steve,
West,
you require
who before this match
161.
was minus 6. We are in the range now of West needing wins by big, big margins.
55.
The one saving grace as far as Steve is concerned is the fact that Białecki and McEwen still have to play one another, so they are going to knock points off of one another.
Yeah, good point. The complexity of the fixtures always comes into it.
$133. Steve, you require 106.
54 needed.
50.
Not found. At times this week, we've seen people
you
go for the
require
bullseye with 3
50.
darts in hand. Conan Whitehead's tried it. But it's the other man from Kent who will not do that.
He goes conventional, he goes to top. Steve West has a look in the background, and for once, he's seen a missed double, but he did it with
Game
the
shot on the
second.
third leg.
And Clark brings
Matt
it back
Clark.
to 2-1. He accrues the break.
Fourth leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
I'll stick you on the spot, Mr. Deacon. We are almost at the halfway point of Friday's Group C action. Which 2 are going to qualify?
100.
A double-decker bus has just shoehorned its way into the commentary box. I like the
45.
look of McEwen. I think he beats Białecki, and so by that particular token, I'm going for Jim. The second spot. Ooh. Come back to me.
Okay,
100.
let's get on with the game then. I'll come back to you later. When you've got more information. When we've got more information. Wherever you're watching from,
60.
worldwide, on our Super Series YouTube channel, please let us know where you're watching from. And it's a very warm welcome to everybody watching on Sporty Stuff TV. This is what MODUS Super Series darts is all about. This is the big dance.
180.
This game may be changing. And not for the better of Steve. Because he needs the win, yes, but he needs the margin as well. Just as much.
180.
That was just to keep in
Matt, you
touch.
require 121.
Still 6 from 1-2-1 for Clark to level this game up at 2-2 and to change this game on a pinhead. Doesn't have to chase.
It doesn't have to go the 60 here. The 48 in the 16
97.
department was a decent player, but Matt is the kind of player that does like to traverse that oche going left and right. Wow.
180.
That would be
Matt,
so
you required
typical
24.
of Steve's week if he goes back-to-back 180s and loses the leg.
However, there is no bigger scoreboard pressure than that.
West prays. Invitation.
18.
That might be the biggest let-off that
Steve,
West
you
has had
required
this week.
36.
The deities have delivered West a stay of execution in this leg. But if he doesn't find the double 9, it would have been in vain. But West finds the break. He leads 3-1. And how crucial a moment could that be? Back-to-back 180s. Piled the pressure on Clark, who in turn missed 3 darts. It set at 24 to level this game up at 2 apiece. And now West is throwing for the match.
That was a great reaction from Steve there, by the way. He was in shock
60.
that he was given that shot with 36 and 3 darts. Great shot at double 9 to get 3-1. But the reaction was brilliant. It was one of, I asked for the coal for Christmas and I got the orange.
58.
I've been waiting all week for a turning point for Steve. Because he's been headbutting the wall, just waiting for it to falter.
41.
But that there was the turning point. If he doesn't make use of that turning point there, then maybe it's not going to be his time.
$100.
Coincidentally, we did get 37 180s yesterday from this group. And we had 37 from Group B last night in 5 fewer matches.
120.
That should have been another. But it's come in, it's come out. It's hammered its way out.
Sometimes you run out of sisal, which is the material of the dartboard that gathers the steel point. There's no sisal. All you've got
58.
is steel and air. It's got to stay straight, really.
$60.
Although he could have switched. He gets 619s. Leaves himself under 150. But he is one of those players who likes to stay on the 60 bed if he can help it.
This would be typical of Clark, just to chip away at West again.
105.
$25 last dart. Enlighten me, Nico.
Yeah, it's got me puzzled.
140.
There are a lot of players out there who like to trim the score by taking, say, a 5 off the end. But even if he'd got a bullseye, it would have still been a finish. It was very, very difficult.
140.
Maybe that's what he was
So you
thinking.
require
25 leaves
80.
180, 140 leaves tops. However, West has got the equivalent of 2 double tops to win the game. This is huge. And
Game,
it's in.
Shots, and the match.
West is still
Steve
alive,
West.
but Clark looks gone. How much has he got to do in the last 2 rounds? We are about to find out. But after that 4-1 victory against Matt Clark, he is still kicking in what is a very tumultuous pool here in Group C. When we come back, it will be Östland against McEwen, who is looking to get to the top on 12 points now.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
The plot thickens here in Group C, and it's just taken a turn as Matt Clark has been stopped from 3 undefeated games here on Friday. It remains at 2, and in the daily campaign, he is still the only person to have won 2 matches. But that's about to change, because we have 2 players here in Game 8
First
who
leg,
have
it's
won
Anton to
previously
throw
today.
first. Game on.
Realistically, Anton can now just relax and play, because at 4 points at the bottom, all he can do is get to 10 points, and we know that other players are going to be better off than that by the end of the day.
49.
But this is a big game for Jim. He can really send a statement to the rest of the field if he gets 2 more points. But let's just hold our horses for a second, Henry. What if he doesn't?
100.
Well, there is a possibility of that. But the one thing he has in his favour quite sizably is the legs difference.
140.
We've been comparing that of Jim and Steve's in the little advertisement break that we had between matches, and McEwen is 13 legs better off than West. 16 is the gap with 2 games to go, which is what Jim will be on at the culmination of this game.
That's the thing that really piques my interest at the minute. Look at West's leg difference.
60.
That's a lot. And there's another problem as well.
46.
I know West is playing against McEwen, but if Jim is out of reach when it comes to leg difference, it doesn't make any difference. At this point, we try and figure out what's possible for certain players. McEwen keeps winning, he's through. Białecki keeps winning, he's through. That's very simple. But if West wants to get through, who's his best ally?
97.
Does he go through with McEwen? Or does he go through with Białecki? I'm still trying to figure it out. At the minute, we don't have enough information.
For me, he's got to hope McEwen does the business
Jimmy
here. I'm going to give you another scenario in the next leg, which will not make for good reading for him, because, well, McEwen here, first up, 118 for the opening leg. Has he got Anton's number? Has he got tops in his locker again?
Oh,
you bet he does.
Jim McEwen.
He's done it again on tops.
This is just a typical Jim McEwen group.
Second leg, it's Jim to throw first.
Other people are doing the spectacular stuff, and he is steady Eddie. He's probably saying to Sebastian, you can have your 9 darter yesterday. I'll just win the group, thank you. Is it fair to say that we underestimate how good
100.
Jim is? Because I'll be honest, before I started watching him play at Lakeside last year and playing some stuff in Southampton before we came here for the MODUS Super Series,
59.
his reputation preceded him as being a slow, methodical player. Within 3 or 4 days of seeing him, I thought, why isn't his reputation for how good he is?
I think at times he's
28.
disrespected, and I go as far as saying that. I think sometimes a player who plays in the style that Jim does, I think sometimes they oh
60.
My goodness gracious me. One clattered into the other, and 2 don't go into 1, and 1 ton only had 1 dart in the board.
There's a
81.
saying that says you got to take the rough with the smooth. Anton has just taken the rough with the rough.
Anton Östlund here on a soggy south coast is resembling a Travis song.
96.
Why does it always rain on me?
He probably doesn't even know that song. Anton strikes me as the kind of guy who likes good music. Well, Swedish and Norwegian and Finnish people, they all like quite heavy music, don't they?
To be fair, you are right. Owen Binks likes that band.
180.
I like that.
180. Jim,
That's
you
defiant.
require
He's had 2 darts on the
152.
floor in the same visit in this leg, and he still finds himself in front with that maximum. But for how long?
$100.
I wonder what kind of statement
Anton, you
Anton
require
could make
106.
if he was to get the win against McEwen here. Double top.
Game
That is
shot on the second
wonderful.
leg. Anton Ersland.
That's a 15-dart leg, having thrown 13 darts in the board.
And you know what? Maybe that is
Third leg,
just
it's
something that
Anton to throw
Anton needs
first.
just to
Game on.
give himself a bit of a lift. I said to you earlier off air that Anton may not go through today,
57.
but he could be the player that stops somebody from going through. This is the exact type of match that could derail an opponent.
I know that Anton's not going to make it through this group, but he can still learn an awful lot about himself in the next 3 games.
60.
He can still test himself and leave with a smile.
I should mention that if Anton does win this game, he still does stand a chance of mathematically qualifying. However, there is a hocus-pocus potion
60.
worth of scenarios that would have to happen. You'd have to go into tarot cards and crystal balls to see himself through.
I'm going to be confident and say it's not going to happen. I've seen some strange things in
140.
Group C action over the last couple of years. And it's going to take something rather mythical to overtake Moreno Blom's going from 5th
60.
to the top. That infamous Group C situation where Scott Walters won 5 games on Thursday, then no games on Friday, and he went from 1st to 5th. I've never seen anything like it.
100.
I think that was the cast iron reminder that darts is not predictable.
Well, Moreno Blom has kind of got this reputation as the mystic man here at the Super Series because
100.
he did something similar in Series 4 where he struggled on Monday. There was just a day that just didn't quite work out for him for one reason or another. And then he then went on an 11-game winning streak to then go on and take the group.
65.
Incredibly, from Wesley Harms's grasp. Him and Danny Lauby treated us to one of the quickest games we've ever seen here. Super fast, super good, Moreno Blom. Jim McEwen.
100. Jim, you
Looking to find a
require
136 for a breaker
136.
throw and a 2-1 lead.
Going to stay there, is he? You bet he is. He had lots of options there.
Game
That
shot
is
on the
wonderful.
third leg. Jim McEwen.
If the last 15 darter from Urslan was good, when he only actually registered 13 darts in the board,
Fourth leg, it's Jim
that's
to throw
got to be
first.
equally
Game
as good
on.
with that 136. That's a wonderful shot from Jim. And he's had a better finish than that numerically in this group of 138. But my word, right now, it feels better than the 138.
140.
Well, this has been a bit of a finishing masterclass. 3 legs played in this match, and all 3 legs have been won with ton-topping finishes.
$46.
It hasn't escaped me, actually, that Urslan's 106 in this match is his first ton-plus finish of the week. That now registers everybody as a ton-topper this week.
180.
He does have the reputation for plenty of maximums, does Jim. He had 9 yesterday.
100.
That's actually only his second of the day, which has caught me off guard. He might be adding to the total in the next leg. He's not going to get one here.
But he can, but it won't count.
It would be rather silly.
93.
I'll tell you what the silliest thing is I've ever seen in our time in the last 3 years. Dave Pallett started a leg, 171.
60.
Followed it up with another
Jim, you
171
require
to leave
88.
159 after 6. Just because he could. Double top for the third 11 darter of the day.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Yeah,
Jim
there's a lot of
McEwen.
pressure today, but there's also a lot of quality. McEwen is making the #1 spot his own.
Fifth leg, it's Anton to throw first.
He's one leg
Game
away
on.
from a 2-point gap at the top and making that leg difference category almost obsolete.
Jim
100.
McEwen might be top of the pots, but the Swedes will be hoping that his swan song in the next couple of games will be profitable.
Here's a good walk-on song for Jim McEwen if he makes Saturday. How about the Bay City Rollers?
140.
It's actually called Saturday.
Not Bye Bye Baby then.
No.
Love that song.
That's the nightmare scenario.
99.
Whenever I bring up that song, I think of my good friend John Henderson. Because all we ever talk about is that movie So I Married an Axe Murderer with Mike Myers. And they actually feature that song by the Bay City Rollers in that movie.
100.
It's a particularly Scottish film. And just imagine if you were doing a documentary here this week and Jim goes on to win it. It would have a Scottish theme, wouldn't it? And he would
43.
dearly love to be the first Scot to win a series title here, because only 2 nations have won a series here, Australia and England. He is the only Scot here this week.
58.
And even when he's having a shoddy visit, he's got this ability to fix it. I've spent most of this game
47.
looking over Anton's shoulder, looking at the demeanour of McEwen. It's been nothing but relaxed. And when you're relaxed, you can do this. He's already been in the high 90s twice today.
96.
With that on top, we are seeing someone who is possibly ready to win a group and maybe win this series.
60.
No
Jimmy
longer
Rackay,
is Jim McEwen
107.
an underdog, under the radar. Pick your superlative. He is firmly now the favourite to win this group.
Game,
And he
shot,
finds
and the
tops
match.
for
Jim
what is a
McEwen.
third-ton topping finish and a 4-1 victory. 103.65 the average for Jim McEwen, and his level of performances is going up as the pressure ramps up. As for Anton Östlund, he is officially out. 4 out of 4 on the doubles for Jim McEwen, 3-ton plus checkouts. It is granite from Chucky. After the break, Denon and Bielewski go to battle. This is a big encounter.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
If you think the last game was big, try this on for size. Not the 2 tallest players that we've got here this week, but I assure you, this is huge. we can officially now say goodbye to Anton Östlund. He lost his third game of the day, and no shame in that whatsoever, because McEwen was absolutely majestic. With arguably, I said arguably, the performance of the group, because Sebastian put in the 9-darter yesterday and 2 performances of 4 out of 4. That's what we've just seen from Jim. Perfection on the outer ring with 3 ton-plus checkouts, and then you've got one from Östlund as well. So that's a contender for game of the group. However, that is now in the past as we turn our attention to the race for the top 2. McEwen's looking good. He's got 2 games left, and he's now 2 points ahead at the top. That's how it stands for Jim.
180.
Białecki 2 points behind him. If he wins this game, huge problems for West, and Dennant would be gone.
60.
It's that time of the week where it almost feels like the last day of school.
85.
As each lesson goes by, you're just saying goodbye to people. But if Dennant is to stay in the race, it's going to have to be a strong start that is sustained.
59.
Isn't that right, Henry?
Most certainly, although are we going to be signing shirts after this is done, if it's the last day of school?
Is that what you did? We used to sign ties.
136.
The fire alarm was another popular one at our school.
That's only taken you 6 years to admit that.
I didn't do it.
139.
So in the Australian vernacular, you've just
40.
dobbed somebody in. Double top.
Game shot on the first leg. Matt
Derby
Dennant.
away to a 1-0 lead, Matt, but I'm going to just hold my horses there. That's a good start in
Second leg
13
is
darts,
Sebastian to
but
throw
now
first.
it must
Game
be
on.
sustained for the rest of the day. Never mind the rest of this game. He's got to stay on point. He's got to find a way to beat Białecki, which is something he didn't do
135.
yesterday in what was an absolutely flustering game. Białecki
99.
92.79 with 4 out of 7 on the doubles successful. Dennant losing with a 97.5 and 50% on doubles. It was a tremendous contest.
Well, Matt Dennant has been the equivalent of a horse who's led the
99.
Grand National after the first fence. Came out the traps okay, but by and large, we don't see them crossing the finishing line first.
96.
Matt's not exactly the tallest. I can't imagine him trying to hurdle Beecher's Brook on his own. But I can picture him on a horse doing it.
45.
We should move on talking about horses after the last couple of days.
45.
Why do I get the feeling this is getting away from Matt all of a sudden? He's shown great strength at times this week, and you can see the frustration. There's 2 ways of looking at what he just did. He's talking to himself, but he's not doing it in the sight of his
180.
opponent, which I can admire. But he's being left really frustrated by what has been
140.
a torturous
Sebastian
week for him.
42.
And again, a fast start by Dennant could well be curtailed as Białecki goes for double 16 to level up at 1 apiece.
That was not close.
10. Matt, you
That may be the
require
worst start I've seen at
121.
double 16 from Sebastian this week. How about this? Bullseye. We haven't had many bullseye finishes this week. Will we get one here?
96. Sebastian, you require
Grazed the wire.
32.
So Białecki comes back for 32. Double 16 with dart 16. Can he just kit it off the barrel? Moves the other side. Now wants to move across to the right-hand side, but he
16.
readjusts too far across.
Matt, you require 25.
He's giving you a freebie, Matt. You got to make the most of it.
9. Sebastian, you require 16.
I can feel his pain. He's trying so hard to internalize how he feels. He's going to feel rather crook if this goes in.
Game shot on
And
the
he
second
will.
low. Sebastian Białecki.
that leg pretty much tells you everything you need to know about Dennant's week.
Third leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Chances missed. Throughout the
59.
entirety of Group A, Dennant was decent on doubles at 35%, but that has not showed up in Group C.
140.
Had he done over the last couple of days on doubles what he did on Wednesday, which was 43%,
100.
I assure you, we'd be talking about him very differently in this table.
$59.
And there we can see, once again, the point that I made earlier. You've got an opponent ahead of you by half a dart, and you're on 3-4-2.
58.
Now, I've been doing some practice lately, and I've been watching other people practicing too. And this is starting to be hammered home. Don't leave yourself on 3-4-2, 3-4-5, 3-4-6.
126.
You still need to be within 3 darts of a finish.
96.
I've got a point to make about the kind of numbers that you want to leave on purpose in the next leg. And I'm going to use an example when we have the end of leg 3.
But who's going to win leg 3? It's up in the offing.
44.
And that from Białecki now means that Dennant can have the darts back after Białecki had temporarily stolen it away from his grasp.
60.
But
Sebastian,
he
you
gives
require
that
132.
mini advantage back. Białecki then 132 for a break and 2-1.
57 needed. And for once, when he goes for the bullseye, he does not pull it left.
64. Matt, you require 128.
Maybe the trickiest finish in this range.
$49. Sebastian, you require 68.
This pattern that we've talked about for days now, it might just continue again.
Game
And
shot
it
on the
does.
third leg.
Białecki was
Sebastian
1-0 down to a
Białecki.
13-darter. And Matt finds himself behind again after a strong start.
Fourth leg, it's
That number
Sebastian
that I
to
was
throw
talking about
first. Game on.
is 219. Why do you not want to be on 219? Because it's not 3 darts from a double. You'd rather have 220,
79.
which is 3 darts from a double. So you can maximize opportunities with a maximum by having 3 darts at double top. So why would you leave 219? You don't.
41.
It was actually Adrian Gray of soft tip fame and great dart player from East Sussex. It's he that taught me this.
96.
He said, stop wasting the amount of darts that you get at a double by leaving bad numbers in the middle of a leg. And it made me think,
134.
there are too many dart players at the minute who do that, and they need to learn not to do it.
Well, if you hit maxis,
140.
you could tell those particular opportunities. Dennant here, well, he needs to match Białecki. Simple as that.
96.
Doesn't manage to do so.
Facial expressions of the scholar right now are one of, I'm very close to the cliff edge. And we might be cutting
100.
our field in half at the halfway stage. Because this is the end of round 3. 2 games to go per player
140.
for the rest
Sebastian,
of the
you require
afternoon.
86.
And the culmination of this. And it might just be one more leg that Sebastian needs after the next 2 darts.
Single. Bullseye. Clatters into the first dart. Just needed confirmation as to where it was.
Game
but he
shot on the
finds the
fourth leg.
bullseye.
Sebastian
And he can see
Białecki.
that clear as day. And he may have daylight on Dennant. He leads 3-1.
This is bad news for Steve
Fifth
West.
leg, it's Matt to throw first.
This is bad news for Matt Dennant.
Game on.
But it is brilliant for Białecki. What have we not had this week? A lot of bullseye finishes, but my word, that might just be the biggest one we've seen. Because if he wins this game, he's got a 4-point cushion between himself and Steve West. And with only 2 games left, it's West who will be needing favours.
Effectively, if you're Jim McEwen, you may go through without him needing to throw another dart, because
55.
Steve West takes on Anton Ersland in the next match. If Anton can provide a victory there, that's it.
Yep, that'll be that. And all of a sudden we'll have 3 players
96
into Saturday night from 3 different countries, and none of them would be England.
139.
Scotland, Poland and Sweden. Oh, how things can change in the world of darts.
100.
Where it was typically dominated by the English for
170.
decades.
134.
Matt Dennett might feel like he's out already. I just wonder what kind of spoiling mood he's in. Białecki's made him feel pain this week.
36.
He could get him back one more time by winning the next 3 legs. You never know.
18.
He hasn't got one of them there.
He has got time on his side, but he doesn't want to mess around here, Matt. Couple of troubles here. Completely changed the complexion of the leg with Denham back on 99.
The reason it's 3-1
99.
is because he's missed darts at a double. He's missed 6 of them.
Game shot on the 5th.
It remains at 8.
Matt Dennett.
It's now 2 from 10. And Matt is still in this fight, but only just.
Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
Who'd have thought about the possibility of Białecki making Saturday night after he won 2 games
140.
from 15 in the first group of the week? Yeah, you heard that right. 2 from 15.
58.
Well, this is beyond even the realms of Kieran Tian territory, who had won 3 games from 15 in Group A before then going on and winning the week, the first ever week we had here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
96.
Let's say that Sebastian does win this match. Actually, hold that thought.
180.
Let's take Białecki's points total for the week now. It's 14 points. He's still 10 points behind
58.
that of Andreas Harrison, who only played 3 days. Sebastian's played 4.5. That's how impressive Andreas has been.
96.
He's probably at his accommodation right now, having a cup of coffee and
96. Matt, you require
laughing
167.
at the fact that these guys are going through all of this and he's already coming back tomorrow.
Andreas is here with
95.
Dean Moss this week,
Sebastian,
who does a lot
require
of
111.
work in that Scandinavian region, as Białecki here looks at 111 to win the match. Well, that could be a happy enough accident. That's 21, so that leaves 90. Wow. Double 18 for Białecki.
Sebastian Białecki.
A Nelson finish to defeat Matt Dennett, and that means that his race is won as far as Champions Week is concerned. And so now there's only 3 contenders left in the race. There may only be 2 in a few minutes' time. Białecki, a 4-2 winner of an 88.31 average, 4 out of 10 on the doubles at 111 to finish. And if Anton Ersland beats Steve West, that is that.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside and an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Well, players are falling quickly here on Champions Week now at the Super Series. We've seen the first eliminations from this week. If we take a look at what's happened so far, well, it looks like from the first couple of results that we might get a really close end to this group with everybody involved. Białecki and McEwen, the top two, both losing their opening games, but they've both bounced back and then won their following two, which means that they have opened up a gap at the top of the table. McEwen on 12 points, along with Białecki, meaning now that only Steve West can catch them, and he's going to have to be perfect and hope that one of them isn't. Dennant, Clark and Ursland all now out of the reckoning for Champions Night tomorrow. Steve West taking on Ursland and has to win this game to stay in contention. And talking you through it, it's back to Henry Deacon and Paul Nicholson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And so Steve West is in the last chance saloon. He has to be perfect. He has to hope for favours. However, the one thing that does fall in his favour is the fact that McEwen and Białecki play in this round of fixtures.
First leg, it's
Is it going to be more
throw
Group
first.
C
Game
Champions
on.
League heartache for that man? As for Anton Ursland, it's not been his week this week. 2 wins to his name.
85.
He'll be hoping to end on some kind of high. Steve will be bitterly disappointed if he doesn't make it through to Saturday night.
It looks more likely that he
140.
won't than him actually making it at the minute. Drama just seems to follow Steve,
60.
especially in Champions Weeks. But if it was easy, everybody would win.
140.
They don't give out invitations to Champions Night like confetti at a Greek wedding. You've got to earn it.
All I got from that was you've got to
60.
earn your confetti. I'll take that under advisement. But remember,
140.
he can still get there. And the most realistic route is if he wins this game big.
59. Steve, you
And what's the
require
right
81.
result between McEwen and Białecki? You've got to think that McEwen
Game shot
winning
first
is the
leg.
best thing.
Steve West.
But first, Steve's got to win. If he doesn't, he's gone. Because if you look at the leg
Second leg,
difference
it's
at the
Steve
minute,
to throw first. Game on.
the way it is with McEwen and Białecki on that graphic, he's within striking distance of Sebastian more than Jim.
85.
Do you agree with me, Henry?
I'm just actually getting notification from HQ that West can't catch McEwen at 19, the gap on the legs difference with 16 left to play for. So that means
100.
McEwen's there.
So there you go. Well done, Jim. Just goes to show that sometimes winning by a
123.
further margin can get you there quicker than if you were winning tight matches. So it's all down to Białecki and West.
Well, Jim will be tucking into his Friday night dinner and will be saying
60.
hello all in tomorrow night's finale.
Steve's got to remain focused here.
95.
He's got to hope that Białecki has run out of gas. Based on what we've seen before, Sebastian doesn't seem to do that. He's very young.
180.
He's come through a Group C scenario before. But he is human.
134.
Brilliant from Westy.
Anton, you require 161.
Anton, who's just put in a maximum, is looking for 341 and 6.
So 64 for West to open up a 2-0 lead. He doesn't have
57.
to just win, but he thinks he's
Steve
going to have to
requires
win
64.
big. But 2-0 lead, having accrued the breaker from the opening leg, is 2 at double 8. Can he just kiss that off the barrel? Yes,
Game
is your
shot
answer.
second
2-0
leg.
West.
Steve West.
Yeah, that's really good. How much he would cover to 4-0, because that would get him into the positive leg difference. It would be +1, still 6
Certainly,
behind
Anton's to throw
Białecki,
first. Game on.
but it would be all to play for. If these results happen, West wins this. McEwen beats Białecki, potentially by
60.
2 or 3 or even 4 legs. West beats McEwen, then Clark beats Białecki. That's what we've come down to
26.
now. You said over 24 hours ago, Henry, that maybe somebody like Anton might have a big say on who
140.
goes through if it's not themselves. That person might be Matt Clark.
It's always Matt Clark at the Super
140.
Series.
Sounds like a good t-shirt, that. It's almost as good as That's Modus, baby.
That was almost a Matt's
140.
baby.
I like those t-shirts from those guys who came here on a Saturday night a few months ago. I think that was a very good
95.
effort. And if you're
Anton,
coming on
require
Saturday night, make an effort.
161.
We want to see you in your best clobber.
You're going to be in your best clobber tomorrow.
You bet I am.
58.
I'm off to get my suit measured.
Well, I hope it's going to be ready in time.
100.
I'd like to know who can make a suit in less than 24 hours.
103.
I know what you were saying. That was a big Dan Byrne reference, wasn't it?
Double
Game
18
shot
for
on the third
103
leg.
to bring it back to
Anton
2-1.
Ersland.
And every single drop leg is almost endemically
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw
finishable
first.
as
Game
far
on.
as Steve West is concerned.
Yeah, he wanted 4-0. If he can get 4-1,
140.
still very much alive. Every decision, every execution, every dart now.
100.
I spoke with him this morning about how much wiggle room he had. I said, maybe you can lose one game.
180.
I didn't think losing 2 games, he could still qualify. He still can. But as far as wiggle room right now, he's like a man in a
60.
sumo suit in a phone box. There is no wiggle room. Look at that.
127.
Great leg. Great response to losing that third leg.
Potential 11 data incoming, Kit.
100.
And he's got all
Steve
the time
required
that he could
54.
want.
Double top.
14.
That's okay, as long as he gets it next time. Before that visit, he was averaging 115.
Almost goes beneath the surface when a game is of such critical importance.
99. Steve required 40.
To put himself a leg away.
Game shot on
Chance
the
is
fourth
found.
leg.
Yeah, look
Steve
at that angle
West.
as well. Just shows you how inviting it is if he ever needs another double top alongside it. He couldn't have asked for much more in
Fifth
this
leg, it's
fixture.
Anton to throw first. Game on.
But I'm going to go so far as to say he needs to win this leg. I think he needs to get all square with that leg difference at the end of this match.
60.
He beat him yesterday, but it was 4-3 and it was attritional at times.
59.
The doubles were excellent, 4 from 6. If he gets one shot at a double in this leg and hits it, he will replicate that. Can we just touch on that
93.
McEwen game with Iceland in game 8? There were 5 legs in that contest and 5 doubles hit. Remarkable stuff.
140.
I don't want games like that to be forgotten because you said there were 4 ton plus checkouts in 5 legs?
Yes.
140.
Got to be the 18s here for West.
$98.
Just short of leaving that finish. He needs an error from Anton. I don't think there is a more graceful player in world darts
59.
right now who brings the dart towards its address position. It really is a wonderful throw that Anton has.
100.
And Chris Mason was here commentating on him a few weeks ago. He was a big fan of it.
Hail Mary time for Ursland. Not going to happen on this occasion, the 149. And so West back for 104
58.
for the match.
Steve, you require 104.
Doesn't get a chance. But this is not
48.
easy for Anton.
Anton, you require 91.
I wonder how he's feeling. His Champions Week is not going to result in a Saturday night. It's the first time he hasn't qualified for a Saturday night. That bullseye has got something in the way, though.
46.
This is what West craved.
Steve, you require 56.
West craven. Is it a nightmare?
36.
Maybe it is.
And Ursland breeze again.
Anton, you require 45.
Steve walks to the background once again. It's been a familiar feeling for him. Double 16. Moves across. Can he kiss that off the barrel?
29.
Overcompensates. West is back to keep
Steve,
the
you
flame
require
of flickering.
20.
Double 10.
That's the exact statement.
Game,
It's flickering.
shot, and the match.
Only
Steve
just.
West.
He still has a chance, but he needs help from the other people in the group who are still in this race. It's going to be Clark against Dennant after this. Both of those players are eliminated, and they're not going to get their hands on that this week. West still might, and what a performance that was, averaging over 101.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Steve West got the better of Anton Earthland by 4 legs to 1, averaging 101 in that particular contest to keep his hopes alive. And unfortunately for us, this is our first dead rubber of the week. Matt Dennett and Matt Clark are both out of the competition. They're not going to progress their way through to Saturday night's final. And so for them, it is that probably most hopeful feeling that you can possibly go through playing a game that you know that in the end has no significance and no bearing on yourself making your way through.
I know how they feel. I've never made a Saturday night of the MODUS Super Series, but they have, and they've won before.
Game on.
And as soon as you hit that final double on a Saturday night in qualifying, you start dreaming about winning the series as well. The winner's not going to come from week 1, and the winner's not going to come from week 11. What we'll have to do before tomorrow, Henry, is we'll have to look at which qualifying weeks did win to see if there's any certain similarities.
I can tell you now.
Ah, you swat.
140.
Week 8 has provided half of the champions here at the Super Series. Conan Whitehead, Luke Littler the second time around. In matter of fact, it's the middle of the diddle that solves the riddle here at the Live Lounge. Because the other winners, Raymond Smith, well, he came through the middle portion of Series 2 at the MODUS Super Series. His weekly winning week was week 7. And then Luke Littler first time round, week 10. So the middle portion tends to be the best time to win it.
That's interesting. That's really interesting. So if we look at who
39
is actually doing it,
required 164
here this week, where have they come from? Harrison was in week 7. Białecki week 9.
60.
That is really interesting. Who's got week 8 then?
Chris Quantock.
Chris Quantock. He's still in the battle as well.
180.
That changes
104.
the narrative a little bit. Narrative in this first leg. 12 darts thrown, 104 left for both. A little bit of Motown here for Matt. 4 for tops.
84. Matt, you require
Matt might follow
104.
the same sort of path.
One Matt couldn't make it. Can the other Matt do? Double 16
Game
for
shot
104 for Matt Dennett to break the throw of Matt Clark to lead 1-0.
Dennett's got
second leg, it's Matt
2 games left
first. Game
where
on.
he doesn't have any bearing on what happens in the top half of the table. He might flex his muscle a little bit now before he leaves us
100.
and potentially comes back. Let's emphasize also that it is November now. We're in Grand Slam season and we are
40.
in Champions Week. Looking forward to some more Series 6 action before Christmas. So the last series winner of 2023 will be crowned in the next 36 hours. But some of the players that you will see for the remainder of this week, they might be the last time you see them.
80.
Who's to say that Matt Dennett doesn't go to Q School and get a tour card? Who's to say that Matt Clark decides to come back for another crack? That's why when every player walks through that door at the front, I'm grateful to see them.
And to win a week, you've got to do some extraordinary things. I'm going to give you the list here of runners-up of the 12 weeks. And this could have been a Champions Week in its own. Wayne Jones, Dom Taylor, Fallon Sherrick, Dennett Pards in the second max, Richard North, Ryan Harrington, Paul Hogan, Kevin Painter, Bradley Rose, Andy Bolton, Jim Long, Scott Taylor, Reece Colley.
59.
There's a fair bit of strength at this level of darts at the minute. Double 16 for Dennett. It's got a nice ring to it.
Game shot on the second leg.
And that is a 15 dart leg. And he's exactly on 15s for the first 2 legs.
Third leg, it's Matt Clark.
At which point can we realistically say that Matthew Dennett is an infuriating talent? Because we know his ceiling of performance, we know how good he is, but does it show up enough?
45.
I'm not leveling criticism at Matt. I'm one of his biggest fans. I love watching him play. I think he's got great amount of skill.
100.
He has made a stride by making a Champions Week. But I know exactly how he's going to be feeling come 6 o'clock. He will go back to the West Midlands. He'll be more hungry than ever to put this right.
100.
Could you label the same criticism at the door of Matt Dillon that perhaps we did to Darrell Pilgrim about 12 months ago?
Maybe. But Pilgrim looks like he's going to make Saturday.
137.
And he might just go on to be the Super Series champion. Whereas Dennant is not going to do that. Maybe 12 months on, if Dennant is still not on the tour and playing in other events, maybe we can level a bit more expectation his way.
99.
Now that he has won a week. But for now, I think you're right, Henry. I think he will look at this as an opportunity missed.
60.
But his family should be very proud of him. I know his dad is his biggest supporter, as well as his young family. He's acquitted himself majestically this week with real class, as he always does.
Know that they'll be watching the King's Head and the Nut. And they'll be watching
54.
on proudly. The King's Head, actually, the Admiral's Tavern champions, which the last time Matt Dennant was here, I could not get correct.
He's got fans all over the place,
131.
all over Europe.
Matt, you
He's
require
beloved.
150. 58.
I feel
Matt,
like we've
you
talked
require
about
46.
Dennant for 2.5 legs. There's another player in this game with the same first name. Is he winning leg 3?
36.
He might not be.
Matt,
In
you
fairness, all
require
you've been doing all game is
92.
talking about Matt.
Double 16.
Game shot on the third leg.
Matt wins that
Dennant.
one. Matt is the doctor of this game. Well, he has got the initials MD.
Fourth leg, it's Matt Dennant to throw first. Game on.
And if you look at the initials of Matt Clark, MC, we are going to have an MC on Saturday night. This place is going to be really
60.
interesting Saturday night with our MC and with our fans, with our fanfare, with everything. And if you find a way to get a ticket via that QR code, please join us. It's going to be fun.
60.
Do you know what time it's going to be tomorrow, Paul?
It's going to be Saturday. That's what you call a lead
100.
balloon. It's going to be tungsten time. I know it is.
Yes. Star of the World Seniors. He's been on the telly a few times. Paul Starr is going to be not just emceeing, but he's also
42.
going to be in charge of a little bit of an after party as well. So why don't you come down? You can watch the dance and have a little bit of a boogie afterwards.
58.
What, is Patrick van den Bogaard going to be here?
Boogaard.
Boogie. That's his nickname.
I won't be doing karaoke, I promise.
Oh, there's a reason to stay.
40.
Don't think Dennant's going to be sticking around for the after party. I think he'll be having a quiet Saturday night with the family, which I completely understand.
135.
But London Road in Portsmouth will welcome the darting world tomorrow at the venue where worlds collide.
$43.
I
Matt,
think
you require
Superman
148.
May have just gone flat. $77 leaves 71. This has been a really
116.
solid performance from Dennant. 3 from 4 on doubles. He's got a ton plus check out, a couple of maximums. Hasn't got a solitary 140, but he doesn't need one. All he needs now is a double 16 to wrap up
60.
this 11th game
Matt, you required
of Friday.
32.
And probably a performance that'll make him kick his heels
Game,
even more
shot,
because he's put in a
and the match,
fantastic
Matt
performance. But
Dennant.
it was a case of too little, too late for Matt Dennant. An average of just under 95.5, a 4-0 win against Matt Clark. 4 out of 5 when it came to the finishing, including that ton plus 104 checkout as well. So Matt Dennant wins the Battle of the Mats against Clark by 4-0. Next up, it is the king-making game potentially here at the Super Series. We know that Jim McEwen is going to be chucking on Saturday night, but Chucky may well be helping Westy if he can beat Białecki.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
This man is a win away from qualifying for tomorrow night's final. Sebastian Białecki, with a win against Jim McEwen, will see him through to Champions Night on his first Champions Week appearance. Following the struggles and dilemmas of Group A on Monday to Wednesday, the recovery has been mesmeric. As for Jim McEwen, well, he qualified through because of a superior legs difference. No matter what happens now, he's going to be into the finale tomorrow evening and a return to Champions Night for the Scottish player.
This is what you want when you wake up in the morning.
First leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
The idea that you have 2 cracks of the whip. Beat Jim, you're through. Beat Clark, you're through. And the bad news for Steve West, well, it could be amplified
140.
because of what we know right now. It could be over in as little as 10 minutes if Białecki gets the double
84.
over Jim McEwen. But even if he doesn't, look at what Matt Clark was able to do against Matthew Dennant. Not a great deal. That's not a good sign
100.
for the 15th game, if indeed we need that one.
Well, when Sebastian Białecki put his head on his pillow after literally being in cloud 9 yesterday, he would have dreamt of this scenario.
82.
Throwing in a game that will seal him his place into Champions Night. And how the fate could have changed if that 3-1 deficit wasn't overturned against Matt Clark in that first game of the group yesterday afternoon. We could have been talking about a completely
45.
different story here in Portsmouth.
I wonder what he had as his celebratory snack last night. I wonder if it was pickled cucumber again.
135.
Not being an expert on Polish food, I'm not sure what kind of things he likes, but they do love a pierogi over there. Potato-filled dumpling. They do look rather nice.
Apparently a bigas is quite a popular dish out there.
100.
Okay, I'll take your word for that.
Very fine dish, I've been told.
Ah, so you haven't sampled it yourself.
100.
At the
Jim,
minute,
you
the only
require
thing Sebastian is hungry for
116.
is a chance at 100. But the way that Jim's been finishing today, he probably isn't going to get a look at it.
Game shot
I hate
on the
to say I
first
told you
leg.
so.
Jim McEwen.
Another ton-plus checkered for Chucky. That's a
Second
very
leg
nice
is
leg for
Sebastian
Steve
throw
West.
first.
And a
Game
great
on.
one for Jim, who's already through. I wonder if he knows already. They don't have access to electronic devices when they are in the room playing and practicing.
100.
They have to work it out themselves in their heads. Jim, very much like Daryl Pilgrim and Andreas Harrison, players from this week, all three of them have shown complete ignorance as to the situations they've been in.
60.
Is ignorance bliss as far as you're concerned?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I like knowledge, don't get me wrong. But escapism and ignorance from the world is
83.
a lovely thing.
Well, just escaping from this game for just a second, as you mentioned earlier on, Sebastian Białecki, the only player at Champions Week to be playing at the Lakeside now. The schedule of players come out, and he's actually going to open up the tournament. He's playing in the first game
100.
against Scott Marsh. That's the first game of the tournament. He's going to be the curtain raiser for that particular tournament next month.
I'm not sure that's a good thing. It's always a good thing if you
38.
win the game, but it's awful if you're eliminated. Remember last year when Jared Cole beat Martin Adams in the first game? Yeah, that was good for Jared. Not so good for Martin. By the way, it was lovely to see Martin here last week.
30.
I know it's not been an easy few months for Wolfie, but great to see him playing in some naughty dart shirts, Martin. Naughty shirts.
Well, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
100.
5 o'clock in Europe. If you're tuning in to us in Central European time, our European friends, do tag along a tweet to @MSS Darts and we'll get that retweeted for you on our social media platforms.
57.
And wherever you are tuning in across the world, do let us know, because we know that beyond the United Kingdom, where our friends are tuning in via Sporty Stuff TV, we have plenty of fans watching all around the world, in America, Australia, you name it.
55.
We have plenty of friends and fans watching this particular tournament.
Here's me thinking this leg was done and dusted. It might not be.
140.
Sebastian, do
requires
yourself a favour.
125.
Don't give him a shot at 114. And he's done just that.
47.
McEwen,
Jimmy
when he's on
Mackay,
form,
114.
picks these off like icicles in very cold weather off the porch. But not this time. It's not cold enough.
If I remember rightly, in his biggest achievement in this competition, when he beat Conor Heenahan in the
74.
Live
Sebastian
League
requires
Champion of
78.
Champions, I'm sure he took out a couple of ton toppers in that final. Double 12 for Białecki to level up.
And every leg that Sebastian wins in this game is bad news for Steve West.
Game
And
shot
that
the
is a leg
second
one.
leg.
Look at
Sebastian
that
Białecki.
little fist pump as well. He knows. I think he's looked at the monitor in the practice room and
Third
said
leg
to
is Jim
himself,
to throw first.
every leg
Game
I
on.
get gets me closer. And he's right. The difference in legs currently between West and Białecki is 7. That's still
122.
manageable. If it gets beyond 8, bad news.
Well, that's it for Steve West, because if Białecki gets 8 in front, West can't catch on legs 1. Because Białecki's
99.
got, as things stand, 29 legs in his leisure. Steve West, with 1 game left to go, can only win 27 legs in the group. So he needs Sebastian to be kept at bay at 7.
100.
So in layman's terms, if Białecki gets another leg, his cheeks are going to get rosier.
140.
So if he's got rosy cheeks and he's playing against McEwen, It'll be Rosie and Jim.
Oh, no.
99.
Easier said than done, though. But if you think about behaviours and patterns
45.
of performance, which we talked about a little bit earlier in the broadcast, think about some of the things that Białecki has done towards the end of a campaign. He's beaten Luke Littler on a Saturday night. He's the only person to have done it. He
100.
snapped an 18-game winning streak on Saturdays for the brilliant teenager. 18. He may be the only person to ever beat
91.
Luke Littler on a
Jim, you
Saturday night in
require
Portsmouth.
80.
He's hit a 170 finish in a weekly final to take it to leg 7 against Andy Bolton. He's hit a 9-dart finish to finish a day. That was yesterday. Don't accuse him of not being a good finisher.
60.
He finishes a
Sebastian
126 for a
Require,
third time this week.
126.
And Saturday may have his name on it.
Oh, that's perfect. And so double 6. Inside this
120.
time.
Jim, you require 20.
McEwen gets another life. He's effectively throwing for Steve West right now.
Game show on the third
It's in, though.
Jim
And it's
McEwen.
2-1. And things get a little bit tighter. Leg on leg.
Fourth leg, it's Sebastian to throw
This is
first.
like the last day
Game
of the
on.
Premier League. Just seeing goals as they go in and how things fluctuate in the table. Let's talk about that game that they had yesterday then, because there were 7 legs.
90.
McEwen averaged more than 10 more than Sebastian and lost. That was one of the games where Białecki had a 1-2-6 finish. And one of 2 games where he was perfect on doubles for the
60.
match. The other one being the 15th game against Erstland, where he finished with the 9-darter. Be
96.
sure to tune in a little bit later because we do have the culmination of Group B action tonight. And that's very interesting because Conan Whitehead, the Series 1 champion, currently sits on 0 points but is still in with a chance.
140.
2 points for Moreno Michels. Chris Quantock on 4 points. Robert Grundy, who was fabulous last night, he's got 6. But they're all trying to catch
96.
Mr. P, and he was perfect on Thursday night into Friday morning. I think it's inevitable that Pilgrim is going to be part of Saturday night in Champions Week once again. Looking to go 2 better than the night
36.
that Whitehead won. That'll be from 10 p.m. live on Sporty Stuff TV once again, alongside the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And
59.
Białecki just left himself the number that we talked about in the previous game. Don't leave 2 on 9.
He may get away with it in this leg.
57.
I think Jim should have gone to the 60 there.
Sebastian, you require 160.
Another. Just ran out of room. That was a very well thrown shot.
140.
But it wasn't as good as that.
Yeah, he showed why he should set up from 219. So double 10 for 2-2 for Białecki.
140. Sebastian, you require 20.
Only had 2 dots at double in this match so far.
Game
He's
shot
only
on
had
the
3
fourth
dots
leg.
in this match
Sebastian
so far, and he's at
Białecki.
2 of them.
So level we are at 2 apiece. And so we're
Fifth
back
leg,
in
it's
that
Jim to throw
conundrum where
first. Game
Białecki's on
on.
7, +7 in terms of leg difference. McEwen effectively needs to do the job for Steve West.
100. $96.
If you were to try and assume a percentage for Steve West to get through now, what would it be? Because I just get the feeling as each leg is played, it's getting slimmer.
100.
I give him less than 5%. Because not just the fact that he needs McEwen to beat Białecki, he needs Clark to do him a
57.
favour, and that's before West plays Jim McEwen. 5% may even be optimistic on that scale.
Indulge me for a second. What if he did?
96.
Just imagine if West was to find a way. Imagine the story. Talk about a last-ditch effort. He does find himself in
99.
these situations an awful lot. I just wonder if things will turn for Steve West in the next few games. He's got to look at that table and realistically think, I'm not sure if this is going to be my day.
130.
But you never know. You can only affect what you can affect. And the only thing Steve can do is beat Jim when he plays him. He can do nothing about what's happening here.
However, it's a free-rolling Steve
60.
West, a dangerous Steve
Jimmy
West, as Jim
requires
McEwen goes for
75.
75 for 3-2, and he's got 6 from here.
The only reason he's free rolling is if he's out. And he's not out yet.
35.
Whoa, that wire moved.
Hit and hope time for Białecki. Well, this to put
93.
McEwen a leg away from
Jimmy
victory and
requires
to
40.
keep the race going somewhat longer. He's been so good on this target today. He continues
Game
his
shot on the fifth
proficiency there.
leg. Jim McEwen.
When has he not got on tops? Must be something about being Scottish
Sixth
and on
leg, it's
tops.
Sebastian to throw first.
Anderson,
Game on.
Thornton, McEwen. Plenty of others. Peter Wright's not exactly bad at it. Hendo loves tops.
45.
He's been doing that a little bit this week, hasn't he, Sebastian? Just trying to expand the muscles around that shoulder joint.
135.
The pectoral area as well. Throwing an awful lot of darts, and you do have to limber up and make sure that certain parts of your body do have plenty of lubrication and freedom to
83.
move. This is not a sport that is free from injuries. And I'm not just talking about crazy little accidents that you could have in the home or on the street. People do get injuries in the wrists, the elbows, the shoulders, the knees, the ankles.
180.
Or in the case of Steve West, he has had pretty much everything.
But importantly, he may still be in the race. McEwen wins this leg, he wins the group. And he's on the cusp of winning this leg.
Who said it's a young person's game? Harrison, McEwen, through.
46.
Might be a week for the veterans.
Imagine having a 16-year-old champion preceded by a champion who's played at the World Seniors.
100.
That's darts.
Jimmy required 140.
Ray Smith was over 40 when he won Series 2. Jim McEwen is looking at 20.
130.
He wanted
Sebastian
it done.
required 93.
Just how important is this? Bullseye for Białecki.
50.
And if McEwen wins by 2 legs,
Jimmy required 10.
that's much better for Steve. He chooses double one. And it
Game,
works.
shot, and the
Steve
match,
West is
Jim
still
McEwen.
going. Well, for how long we don't know. We are going to take a break from the top spot battle when we come back after the break as Matthew Dennett takes on Anton Östlund as we see the last game of them. As those guys leave the stage, it's Jim McEwen who's just done a favour for West, but now he turns from friend to foe because West will take on McEwen in the penultimate match. But before then, it is Dennett and Östlund.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Well, we're getting closer and closer to knowing which players will be in the field for Champions Night and fighting it out to lift this trophy. The majority of players in this group have now been eliminated. It's down to Steve West to try and stop Sebastian Białecki. If we take a look at the order of play for today, you'll see the remaining fixtures involve Steve West taking on Jim McEwen, the group winner, and then Białecki taking on Matt Clark in the final match. Before that, Matthew Dennett will meet Anton Östlund in their final appearance of Champions Week. But if we have a look at the table, confirmation then that Jim McEwen is not only through, but he has won the group. Sebastian Białecki 2 points clear of Steve West, who will need to win his next game 4-2 or better to have any chance of qualifying before Białecki faces Clark in the final match of this group. So we'll get this one underway. Dennett versus Östlund first in the company of Paul and Henry.
Let's get down to it then. It's time to say goodbye. Sounds like an Italian song, doesn't it? That was sung by Andrea Bocelli. I'm not going to sing it. Nobody wants to hear that. But it is time to say goodbye to Matthew Dennett and to Anton Östlund. Very contrasting campaigns. It's been very short for Anton. It's been a bit longer for Matt, who came here on Monday morning with dreams of grandeur. But unfortunately, it's not meant to be.
First leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
They will leave after this game. And Steve West will leave if he's beaten by McEwen in the next game. So this is a temporary retreat away from the top spot
100.
Race, or should I say at the top two spots, because the top spot has now been confirmed. Jim McEwen wins Group C, and he is now in Saturday night alongside Andreas
60.
Harrison, the sole Swede on Saturday after winning Group A.
I'd hate to potentially open old wounds here, but
96.
What are these types of games like when you're in a position where you know that your destiny's done, but you've got to fulfill a match?
It's a good question, actually.
131.
I played here just over a year ago, and every game I played had something on it. I didn't play in a
100.
something classified as a dead rubber. I can't imagine it being easy. You want to play with something to shoot for. But it's these kind of games where professional pride kicks in. You want to leave with a victory.
139.
And in the case of Matthew Dennant, who played so well in his previous match against Matt Clark, if he leaves with 2 really good victories, it's going to make him feel just a little bit better.
Matthew requires 66.
Anton's never really been in the race. Matt somewhat touched it.
50. Anton, you require
If I was to hang my hat
110.
on somebody winning this game, I'd have to go with Dennant based on what I've seen today.
But can Ursland take out a ton topper to break the throw in the opening leg? You ain't Top's ball.
58.
I don't blame him.
Matt, you requires 60.
Might see a bit of flair from Anton. He has got a few tricks up his sleeve.
No score.
How was that not gone in?
Anton, you require
Half
52.
the barrel was over the bed, but the point wasn't in it.
Tops.
Game shot on the first leg.
to Anton Ursland. Break a throw for the Swede.
He has come a long way. I know how much he would like to leave with a victory.
Second leg, it's Anton to throw first. Game on.
In fact, it's only Anton today who's only got 1 win. Everybody else has got at least 2. It's been very well shared today.
100.
You compare that to last night's Group B situation where he had someone winning 4 games, someone winning 3, someone won 2, and somebody won 1, and somebody won none.
48.
Nothing was the same. Whereas here, you've got 4 players who have won 2 games, 1 person who's won 3, and Anton who's won 1.
100.
And that was the very first game of the day where he beat Białecki. We wouldn't even be in this situation if it wasn't for Anton. Had he lost to Białecki,
60.
it would already be done.
So in fact, Steve West could have a lot to thank Canton for later on today.
If
81.
things go his way. Still a lot to do. But it's gone from not being in Steve's hands to being in his hands.
96.
He still needs to beat McEwen by a margin, though, doesn't he? He can't really afford to win by 4 legs to 1. He can't do a 4-2 or a 4-3, really. He really needs to go crazy.
$60.
I'll give you the full permutations when we do have our penultimate match of the afternoon.
60.
They are currently being checked and double-checked. As far as Dennant is concerned here, he was thinking of leaving a 2-darter, but after missing that treble 19 with dart 2, that wasn't possible. Anton, I said, was looking for some flair.
$82.
That's a bit better at the third time of asking.
Shall I pretend this is a 9?
Nope.
95. Anton, you require 50.
We've all done it. We've all left ourselves 141 and said, oh, what if this is for a 9-darter? But it's not.
Hold on, Anton. Oh, we're having a bit of fun here on Friday now.
46.
You sounded like Santa Claus there, Henry.
Matt, you require 46.
This is not a gift.
Game shot on the second leg.
Matt Dennant is the Grinch.
Third leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
I can tell you. The news regarding the next match. 3 legs for McEwen is enough for Białecki.
So, there you go. Jim doesn't even have to beat West.
100.
And that really does hammer home just how much West has got to do against the person who's been the best player in this group.
140.
And even after that, even if West still beats McEwen, he needs Matt Clark to beat Sebastian. And considering
100.
how Matt played against Dennant, is that a realistic hope at the minute? Time will tell.
100.
Interestingly, the 2 players that make their way through from this group potentially may not do it on their own accord. They've actually done it courtesy of other attributing factors.
Oh, that's a wonderful 180 from Anton.
180. Matt, you require 161.
How wonderful is this?
97. Anton, you require 121.
Just at the maximum. Why not have a 1-2-1 on the back of it? You can tell just how relaxed
85.
he is.
Matt, you require
Because if you looked at his brow when he was playing in his qualifying week, it was a lot more hunched. He was a lot more serious.
56.
Could be
Anton,
in front.
you require 36.
If he can find double
Aim shot on the
18, and he
third
can
leg.
for
Anton
13 to break
Ursland.
the Dennett Road to lead 2-1 and maybe just finish his Champions League campaign on a high. He's a real likeable young
Fourth leg,
man,
it's
is
Anton to throw first.
Anton.
Game on.
He plays the game with a real smile on the face, and he plays it in the right spirit, and it's been a great addition to the Super Series in Series 5.
140.
Hasn't he just? I'm positive we're going to see him again.
135.
I think it'd be interesting to have him back with another Swede. Maybe if he was here with Victor Tingström or with Oskar Lukasiak or maybe somebody else.
100.
And he does have motivation somewhat in this game because if he wins, he could still finish in 5th position.
96.
Nobody wants to finish in 6th.
Nobody wants to be what Chris Murphy likes to call the cellar dweller.
57.
No one wants to be that fella.
You said that rather... Well, it was in a sinister manner. Halloween
100.
was last week. It was earlier in the week. You've got to start making the firework jokes because we're getting close to November the 5th.
Well, Dennett may wheel away in celebration if he takes out the big fish.
140. Matt, you
It's a
require
game like this, or
170.
actually something like this, is most likely to go because the players are relaxed, but not on this occasion.
134.
He is relaxed.
Anton, you
He's
require
barely aiming the
64.
darts now. Considering how many games he's played this week, he should be warmed up.
Game shot.
That's
on the
a 3-1
fourth
lead
leg.
for the Swedes.
Anton Ursland.
Dennett is playing in his 25th game of the week.
5th leg, it's Matt to throw
Anton
first.
his 10th. I'd be very surprised if he even looks at his darts for the rest of the week.
57.
What's the next step for you in the journey of Matt Dennett?
Good question.
96.
Lick your wounds for a few days, spend a bit of time with your family, and then when it comes down to it, get another opportunity, learn from this week,
140.
and then move on. And he will go to Q School in January. Of that, there has got to be no doubt.
60.
I just wonder if there's another
96.
level that needs to be found, though. And it's not from a talent perspective. I think it's from a consistency perspective. His bad game can't be in the 70s averages anymore. It's got to be the mid-80s.
43.
And if you want to be a top pro, your bad game's got to be 90.
140.
If you can average for a daily campaign here around 92, which he has done this week, that's good. But if you can do that every day,
42. Matt, you require 68.
that's a whole different ball game.
All the time in the world with his double 16.
36.
To pull one back. To peg one back.
I'm surprised that
41.
Anton didn't go
Matt,
for the
you
bullseye
require
with that last dart to
32.
try and leave 170.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Or maybe he knew
Matt
that the leg was
Dennett.
already done. Not a bad standard here. Around that 90 mark for
Sixth
Matt
leg, it's
Dennett
Anton
that
to
we
throw
talked about.
first.
Anton in
Game
the
on.
mid-80s. Finishing wise, Anton very, very decent at 3 hits from 5. But the tale of this week, and
100.
we might even dig into that for Matt at some point before the end of Champions Week as to why it didn't happen for him. And maybe it was because he missed too many opportunities
120.
with 3 in hand.
Only 2 entered the board there. 1 was rejected. As we have a look side on at the action of Anton, and there's a lot to like, isn't there?
100.
Absolutely. I think you've got two technicians here that, if you were looking to mimic a thrower by watching this,
58.
these two wouldn't be too far away from the forefront. That continuous action. He doesn't stop
60.
and establish that set position. He addresses and constantly moves the arm. Whereas Dennant actually has
96.
a micro stopping point, which means the dart is in front of his dominant eye, and he finds that hot spot every time before he draws the dart back and then flows through.
99.
One thing they both have in common is consistent elbow height, which is exactly what you need. It's throughout the throw
99.
and throughout the follow through as
Antonio
well.
require 142.
142 for the match, and to finish his Champions League campaign on a high. It's not going to happen on this occasion, and so Dennant
42.
back for 1-2
Matt
and getting my
require
mats mixed up.
128.
Another. Now, does Anton
76.
want to go out with two balls,
Antonio require 100.
or is he going to sip from the conventional cup?
$80.
He got a tops.
Matt,
He
you
just
require
didn't
52.
have enough to leave it for the match. One dart at the aforementioned tops.
32.
That may be the last dart that Matt Dennant throws in Champions Week.
Antonio
Well,
require
Anton
20.
Östlund made history for his country by becoming the first ever Swede to qualify for Champions Week. But he's
No
not going to
score.
round off his campaign
Matt,
with a
you
victory
require
on this
20.
occasion. All three hitting the wire, but Dennant is reprieved.
Can he find double 10?
No
He can't
score.
find it either. Anton comes back
Antonio required
to
20.
provisionally take 5th position, with Clark still having a game to go.
No score. Matt, you required
Well,
20.
it's been a while since we had a 4-3, so he might as well have one.
Yeah, that did involve Östlund against Clark.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
And we're going to have
Matt
one.
Dennant.
One leg shootout. This will be their last leg of this week. It's all smiles at the minute,
7th and final leg. It's Matt to throw
but they're
first.
somewhat
on.
resigned smiles.
Realistically, this is a leg they don't want to play, because most players, as soon as they know their chances are over, they just want to get out there as soon as
140.
possible. But you've got to give full respect to their sportsmanship, their integrity, and the way they've gone about this competition, because it could have been so easily for them to
100.
go through the motions here, maybe sulk just somewhat. But they have given us a contest which has given us some entertainment, has given us some
99.
good moments, and they're going to have some memories on this series to see them by. Okay, it's not quite culminated the Champions Week, but they can be proud of their efforts nonetheless.
It's been their best effort so far.
40.
And in the case of Östlund, this is his first crack at it. So if he does come back to the Super Series, he'll come back with a 100% record
95.
of making the finals night in a qualifying week. As for Dennant, he's been hammering on that door a little bit longer than Anton. I think there was a lot of people who said it's about
134.
time
Matt, you require
he won one
167.
when he did so in week 11. Maybe we can start seeing that about
96.
him winning a series in the next 12 months, if indeed he is to come back.
Well, Matt Dennant's been knocking on more doors than the postcode lottery, but he's hoping to open up the door towards at least a win
100.
to finish off his Champions
Matt, you
League
require
campaign here.
71.
Double 16.
Game
What a
shot,
fine finish
and
that
the
is.
match, Matt
With a dart to
Dennant.
spare, it is Matthew Dennant who wins a very decent contest there, averaging just shy of 89. It is goodbye to the scholar for now, and it's goodbye to 1 ton Anton Östlund, who did Sweden proud over the last couple of days, and indeed in Series 5. But it's bye to Dennant and to the Swede. It might be just hello or goodbye to Steve West, who takes on Jim McEwen next.
Meet Rob's Grand Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside and an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play, play safe at Bet365.
It may all come down to this. I did say it may come down to this because, first and foremost, Steve West must beat Jim McEwen here, which has proven to be a very difficult task over the last couple of days. When they met in their first game of the group, McEwen won by 4-0. How Steve would love to turn that around. Because if he does, West would go to 12 points and a leg difference of +4. His legs won count would go to 27, which is 3 behind that of Białowski. So legs won, it's not in his favour. 4-0 would mean that Matt Clark would need to beat Sebastian Białowski by 4-2.
60.
The closer this match is, the worse it is for West. And McEwen doesn't even need to win it, does he, Henry?
Because he is safe in the knowledge that he is the group victor and he can rubber stamp his spot in tomorrow night's final. He's going to return to Champions Night like he did in Series 2. He was eliminated early on in the proceedings there.
100.
He's got a date with Destiny at the Super Series.
And if he wins 3 legs in this game, Steve West will say goodbye just like Anton and Matthew Dennant.
100.
This is going to have to be vintage from West in order to take out Jim McEwen. He might just need something
57.
Along the lines of what he's done to his brother on the stage before and what he's done to his best mate on the tour, Mervyn King. Sometimes he plays the best against his pals.
96.
Best performance of the week in a win has been in 3 figures.
100.
And it has been today. 101.36 in his previous match. So that really does make you think.
40.
If he can do that again, who's to say he can't get out of jail?
55.
So McEwen can only set up here. West may well get the first journey on that. Well, first step, shall I say, on that journey of 1,000 miles.
60.
That's the
Steve, you
equivalent of
require
2 Proclaimer songs then.
129.
500 miles there, 500 miles back. Bullseye.
104.
Well,
Jim, you
he's left
require
McEwen on
120.
120, which is something he has hit today. And, uh-oh.
And with every single passing moment, the McEwen gets it double.
Game shot on the
West
first
will
leg.
lurk in the
Jim
background,
McEwen.
wondering what if McEwen with another big ton-topping finish.
Second leg, it's Jim to
He
throw
breaks
first.
Steve West,
Game on.
and his chances of progressing through to tomorrow night's final now hang by the thinnest of all thin threads.
He can afford to lose one more leg. That's it.
95.
He is dangling with danger like a loose tooth.
140.
Got to give credit to McEwen, though, hitting that 120 out. He hits it off the back of watching West miss the ball for the 129.
100.
It's exchanges like that that make darts so great. One person misses one shot, one person takes a shot, and something happens
125.
every 10 seconds. That's why people love this sport. I've heard people say, I can't watch football. You might watch it for 100 minutes and nobody scores. People score every 10 seconds in this sport.
99.
Needs to find a couple of trebles, otherwise McEwen could hold off to the
100.
back of the break. And forget about achy breaky heart, it may be achy breaky dart for Steve West.
If you think about the kind of week he's had, he has played well in a lot of great
60.
games.
Steve, you require
But there's been one thing missing
136.
here this week. He's going for the 16s on the old 136, which I can totally get behind.
96.
But that thing that's been missing for
Jim, you
West this
require
week,
147.
in a daily campaign, he's had no more than 6 points. You might think that that's just nitpicking, but if you're going to make your way through Group C, which is synonymously hard with a lot of the players,
94. Steve, you require 40.
at times you're going to need 8 or 10. That's not going to happen today either.
35.
That could be the
Jim, you
straw that
require
breaks the back
53.
of Steve West, because McEwen can now move to within progression point for Sebastian Białecki. This is Tots for 2-0.
Game shot on
Tots
the
is
second
found.
leg.
That's 2
Jim
out of 2
McEwen.
on that double for McEwen. And now the equation is as simple as this for Steve West. He needs every single leg
Third
for
leg,
the
it's
rest
Steve
of
to
the
throw
day
first.
to
Game
go
on.
his way. If not, he is out.
4 in a row for him. 4 in a row for Matt Clark. Sounds easy.
140.
Promise you it isn't. So even if Steve is to win 4 legs from here, Sebastian would just need 1 leg.
This is the equivalent of 3 wheels of your car being hung out from the edge of a cliff
48.
edge and hoping to find a way out of the vehicle. It's like the ending of the
100.
Italian Job to a certain extent.
All he can do is just keep plugging away
140.
and hope you get the chances. I think it's fair to say that he has had chances.
100.
I always like to try and put a positive spin on things, and even if Steve does not make Saturday, I'm convinced that he will make another one in the future.
100. Steve, you require 161.
He has to believe that he can get that series title. He might even get 4 qualifying weeks in a row. He's mastered getting
57.
those Saturdays in the bank.
I think that would be hard to usurp. Mainly out the fact that most of those players that will be in that position will probably then end up going on to attain tour card status.
100. Steve, you require
That's why
104.
we were toying with the idea of giving him the new nickname Hat-Trick, because he's the first person to get a hat-trick of Saturday night titles in a row.
48. Jim, you require 113.
Not even Littler did that.
This to send Białecki through. This to send West out. Double 18. West shakes his head,
95.
but he comes back for one last
Steve, you require
chance.
56.
He is given one last chance.
16.
The thickness of a wire
Jim, you
could be the
require
difference
18.
between progression and failure. Double 9.
No score.
He's human.
Steve, you require 40.
Steve's got 3 this time.
Game
Just
shot
needs
on
the
third
one.
leg. Steve
This one
West.
continues.
Log in the notebook,
Fourth leg,
leg
it's Jim to
3 of
throw
West
first.
McEwen.
Game on.
It may be academic. It may be something we may remember for the rest of time till we're 6 foot under.
81.
McEwen had the chance to send Białecki through. He had the chance to get rid of rest.
Just thinking about this from Jim's point of view.
49.
Does he feel more comfortable sharing Saturday night with Sebastian or Steve? Would you rather have someone who's won 3 Saturday nights or 1? I think, from Jim's point of view, after we see that magnificent 180, for his purpose, it's better that Steve is not there, in my opinion. Because I think Steve has got a
60.
higher ceiling of performance and a better likelihood of winning a Saturday than Sebastian.
Well, we saw that trophy there, and that particular trophy is running away from Steve West like Usain Bolt in a 100-meter dash.
100.
As for Jim McEwen, it's going to be all eyes on that prize tomorrow night, and it looks like he's set to be taking Sebastian Białecki through with him from Group C.
41. Jim, you require 140.
This could be it. That could have been the concessionary visit for Steve West. McEwen has got all the time in the world now to rid of this 140 and to send Sebastian into Saturday night, into
81.
Champions Night, into the biggest occasion we have.
Even though he missed a single there, it's all good. Still got 19 for tops.
100. Jim, you require 59.
Double top.
Game shot
That's
on
it
the fourth
then.
leg. Jim McEwen.
Your third name into Saturday night, unfortunately, is not Steve West.
Fifth leg, it's Steve to throw first.
Sebastian
Game on.
Białecki has made his first Champions Night alongside Andreas Harrison and Jim McEwen, who is making his second
140.
appearance in Champions Night.
It's Harrison, McEwen, Białecki. 3 more names will be lodged into the Champions Night book later on tonight, 10 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV to find out. Imagine if McEwen can round off, just like Sebastian Białecki did yesterday, his daily tally with a 9-dart leg.
140.
I think you're getting ahead of yourself, Henry. He's only hit 3 treble 20s. See, I fixed my crystal ball that I dropped yesterday. I picked it up and I got it all fixed.
41.
I knew that wasn't going to happen.
Either that or I need to shut up.
Seventeens, it should be.
57.
Right now, Steve's going to be raging because he really thought he could do this today. He's left points on the Oki all week. And that's what he's going to have to be okay with
140.
in the coming days.
Steve, you require 164.
Bit of flair from West Could have given us a 164. Could have been the biggest finish of the week.
92. Jim, you require 140.
This would be the knockout punch. This is the equivalent of hitting a man when he's down.
100.
This time he does get the single to lead tops.
72.
Well, he's been hit with haymaker punch after haymaker punch, and well, that just sums up Steve West's week. That just sums it up for a man who's come so close here at the Super Series before. He's not to be at Champions Week again.
Jim, you require
McEwen
40.
tops to round it off.
Game,
And Chucky will be chucking at Champions Night again. Jim McEwen will be a part of the big occasion at the Super Series, but for Steve West, his valiant attempts have come to an end. McEwen has sent Białecki through to the big night with him. A 4-1 victory with a 92 average, 4 out of 7 on the doubles. It started with a 120, and that was kind of the tail of the tape from there. So Białecki is through, Clark is out. The last game of Group C is coming up after the break.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and we've got another player in Champions Night. Jim McEwen, congratulations. You said to me just as you came up off air, Group C is brutal. How did it feel?
Brutal. No, it really was. Done okay yesterday, and because it's a two-day stint, you've got to go off to a good start, and I done that yesterday. But when I lost my first game today, I started getting worried. But yeah, we got there anyway.
It is so important in this group, isn't it, to get off to a good start. We saw Conan Whitehead last night lose all his games in Group B, but there's still a way back from that. In Group C, if that happens, there's no chance, is there?
Well, especially when the two goes through out of 6. Yeah. I feel sorry for Conan because I think he played well. But that's what happens. Steve's played well all week, and everybody has had their luck against him. But that's the way it goes.
But you've done your job. We'll take a look at the table, and we'll see that you are top of it. It looks like it was pretty easy for you, Jim.
No, absolutely not at all. It wasn't easy, no. It was good to get a win against Seb. That's the third time I've played him and the first time I beat him. The first time I played him, he did a 9-darter against me at the UK Open. And yesterday, I think I should have beat him, but I didn't. But that was a good one today.
Yeah, really good stuff from yourself. Now, of course, you travelled quite a long way to get here. Have you got a lot of support back at home in Scotland?
Absolutely, yeah. My wife and our friend Ashley is glued to the telly. They're shouting all day. But the whole, I live in a small town, but the whole Maybole, and I've got so much support from them. It's really good.
And you've been doing some decent stuff on TV, so will have had a lot to cheer, not just here at the Super Series, but Southampton before it, and of course the seniors.
Yeah, the match play was unbelievable. The support I got from the town was so good. And last year, I got a recognition scroll from the local council for my achievements. So it's worth it. It's worth it.
Is it going to be louder in here tomorrow or in the McEwen household?
Yeah. The wife will watch it in Ash's house, and the neighbours will not get much sleep. I don't expect much support tomorrow. I never do when I'm playing down south. But yeah, that's the way it goes.
And are you aware, finally, of an unbeaten record that you had, 16 straight matches? That could be beaten tonight. Are you going to be cheering against Daryl Pilgrim in the first match?
No, absolutely not. I mean, 16 games it's such a hard thing to do, and I hope he gets his first one today and breaks it.
And you are just a few games away from potentially lifting that trophy behind us. How much would that mean to you?
Oh, it mean the world. Absolutely. I mean, this week is stacked with so many class players. It mean the world.
Well, this man is certainly one of them. Well done, Jim. We will see you at Champions Night. One more game to play, and it involves the man that is going with him, Sebastian Białecki. He takes on Matt Clark in the Group C curtain closer. Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon will talk you through it.
Thank you so much, Chris. And myself and Paul have got to know Jim by working on this competition over the last couple of years. And I think that interview is a real insight to the gentle, modest, kind man that Jim McEwen is. And I love that bit at the end when he said, I hope Daryl breaks my record.
Yeah, I think that's very humble of him, but I'm not surprised to hear that from Jim. I think he recognises just how good these players are, and records are there to be toppled. And whether they're his records
Sebastian
or others,
first.
I think he understands that he wants people to have their moment. And tonight, Daryl might have his moment. He's very much aware of that record. He was made aware of it by you, Henry. He had no idea until you brought it up. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on in that first game from 10 p.m. tonight. I didn't realise that Jim McEwen's hometown was so close to Turnberry. I'll have to have a little chat with you later, Jim. I'll have to come up and see you at some point.
44. Snag
a game at Turnberry Golf Club just down the road. What a beautiful part of Scotland that really is. West Coast, south of Ayr. You ever been to that part of Scotland, Henry?
45.
It is unbelievable how beautiful it is there. It's absolutely glorious.
How is the golf game at the minute?
I haven't played for a few weeks, been too busy with things like this, but it's not been a bad year. I had the chance to play Formby Golf Club, my favourite club in England. Absolutely stunning up in the Southport area, just outside of Liverpool. I had the chance to play at Trump International last year. That is like playing on a different planet. Everybody's got their favourite places to play their chosen sport. You might be a footballer and think that playing at Old Trafford is where you want to go and experience that.
100.
But there are many dart players from around the world who are watching this thinking, I want to play in Portsmouth. And one of these guys is going to have a chance for the biggest prize that we can offer. One of them is going to have to say goodbye for now.
56.
Well, we know Sebastian Białecki is going to be there tomorrow night, and he is lit up Champions Week with a 9-darter. Matt Clark has lit up many a Champions Week here.
60.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Jim McEwen was the first Scottish player to make a Champions Night. We know that Sebastian is the first Polish player to make a Champions Night. Andreas Harrison is the first Swedish player to make a Champions Night.
$84.
Could be a week
Sebastian
at first.
requires 65.
Who's going to spoil that later? Could it be Whitehead? Could it be Pilgrim? Because the other three have not made it there before.
57. Matt, you require 154.
In order to preserve his
59.
position at fifth
Sebastian,
in the
you
table,
require 8.
Matt Clark is going to have to win this game.
Game shot on the first leg.
And that's not the best
Sebastian
start for that.
Białecki.
Well, Poland make a bit of history here at the Super Series. They will become the sixth
Second leg, it's
nation
Matt
to
to
be
throw
represented
first.
at a
Game
Champions Night, joining England, the Netherlands, Scotland, Canada. And that famous
57.
night. The big night. The one they all want to be in, the one they set their eyes on, the ones where the eyes glare up.
100.
There's one thing that they're playing for, one prize that they want.
If I may retract, actually, I forgot that Matt Clark's on 6 points and Anton's on 4. So Matt is going to be in fifth position,
96.
come what may. Here's me getting carried away with leg difference numbers. Don't have to worry about that anymore because this group is, well, if it was
87.
a position on the NFL field, it'd be safety because everything's safe.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's part the table for now and let's look ahead to tonight because a former champion is in the field as Clark hits a max and a former champion is in trouble. Conan Whitehead, you sense, has to have a role reversal of last night.
Yeah, I think even Conan would have to
58.
admit that 6 points tonight will not be enough. 4 wins from 4, or Conan is not going to be a two-time champion. Grundy's going to be hard to stop. He's on 6 points. Pilgrim needs
94.
one win to cement his spot. In our opinion, he looks very, very good indeed. Quantock on 4 points is a puzzler. I wonder if 4 points again
82.
will be
Matt,
good enough for him.
74.
I'm not sure. Just depends on what Mikkels does on 2 points and what Whitehead does on 0. Double 10 for Matt Clark.
Game shot on the second
That's
leg.
1-1.
Matt Clark.
He came close to picking up the title in Series 2. He's not going to do
Third
it in
leg, it's
Series
Sebastian to throw
5.
first. Game on.
Chris Quantock looking to uphold the Week 8 record here at the Super Series. 2 of those 4 champions, one Week 8
59.
and 0 and 1 Week 7. I don't know about you, Nico, but I cannot wait for tomorrow night.
43.
Well, I'm afraid you're going to have to.
Oh,
Got another session to go. We don't even know who the other 3 are going to be. That's all part of the fun. You've got to enjoy the journey.
44.
It's not just the destination. I wonder what Matt Clark's ambitions are for 2024. I'm sure he will harbour ambitions of coming back here to get that elusive series title.
140.
Been very good at weekly campaigns. One of the best. Multiple weekly titles. But as far as other challenges are concerned,
85.
seniors, maybe some local stuff in ADC.
he's actually 10th in the World Seniors Order of Merit, Matt Clark, so he's doing very well in those competitions. And I just wonder whether that's given him that new fuse in his career. Maybe that's the
58.
direction of travel for him now.
I think it probably is. Look what that has done for players like Kevin Painter and Chris Mason. The likes of Tita Hedman,
59.
Lisa Ashton, Trina Gulliver. All going to feature at the World Seniors Championship, which is in February, which scarily isn't that far away. I wonder if Robert Thornton is going to get a 3rd consecutive World Senior Championship.
There's going to be a soldier, though, that's going to take some beating in Leonard Gates.
Yeah, but before you go there, he's my pick to win Lakeside.
121.
He's my pick. Either him or Andy Bartons. That was my little just-in-case moment. And it could be Andy Bartons against Białecki, of course, in round 2, if
91.
Sebastian was to beat Scott Marsh.
133.
Białecki 133 for a 2-1 lead. Not going to happen this time. I suppose perhaps it'd be a little bit ironic if Matt Clark hit what I suppose we're going to have to call them Białecki these days.
Matt, you require 126.
That's not the way to do it. That'll never be a catchphrase, that. That's not the way to do it.
Sebastian, you require 104.
104 for Białecki. Can he find a treble 18? It would have left him a dart at double 16.
56.
Clark back for 56.
Matt, you require 56.
For a 2-1 lead. Will elect for tops.
And most players do this, unless you really love
Game shot
double
the third
18.
lay. Matt Clark.
But Matt Clark is textbook when it comes to finishing. That textbook
throw first.
has got
Game
frayed edges. You think about how people approach shots now, from shots like 271 and 268 and 315.
135.
Is someone of Matt's age and experience at the forefront of that? I'd say no. But if you were looking to do things, or the majority of things, the correct
97.
way, someone like Matt would definitely do it the textbook way from maybe 15, 20 years ago. It's not wrong. It's just not as one dart accurate as maybe some of the young
30.
stars of now. Someone like Dimitri Vandenberg, like Nathan Aspinall, like Chris Dobie. They're the kind of players who are at the forefront of the new school of counting.
Sport has changed so much in the last 10, 15 years. And you could even say in less time than that as well. You know, it was less than a decade ago that if you went for tops, it'd still be classed as disrespectful.
60.
Well, let me put this into perspective for you then. You look at the world rankings now. The world number 4 is Luke Humphreys. Less than 2 years ago, he didn't even have a PDC title.
44.
Just think about that for a second. A lot can change in a very short space of time.
96.
Well, think of it this way. Less than a year ago, Jan van Veen was playing here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and he made a major semi-final of the European Championship little over a couple of days ago.
133.
Excellent counting, excellent execution to leave himself on the fish.
What is it that Ferris Bueller said? Life moves pretty fast. If you don't stop and look around once in a while, you can miss it.
85. Sebastian
I wonder if he said it on his day off.
170.
Fish time! No fish time! 6 170 finishes in Champions
45.
Week history. We
Matt
were not treated to a 7th.
95.
I'm sure he's done this before today, blocking the bullseye on a 90-plus shot. A super shot for a Superman. Red kryptonite. Doesn't even
64.
get green kryptonite.
Sebastian, you require 125.
This one is red, green, red. That doesn't help.
That's another bullseye attempt that slipped
47.
into that portion
Matt,
of the
you
ball.
require
Tell you what,
31.
it's a really good job that Sebastian didn't have to win this game. He hasn't played well at all. Maybe the adrenaline has just been sapped from his system now that he knows he's safe.
Game shot.
That's
on the
3-1
fourth
to Matt
leg.
Clark.
Matt Clark.
And Białecki is trying to stop him from defeating him in his last group game
Fifth
of the
leg,
week,
Sebastian to
albeit
throw
in the
first.
knowledge
Game on.
that he is coming back tomorrow. And it might just be another week where Białecki plays 29 matches.
Well, the answers to that will be apparent
59.
in due course. One thing we do know for a fact is that we're going to be enjoying some more darts tonight. It's going to be Friday night under the lights here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
58.
3 more names. The final 3 names for Champions Night tomorrow will be confirmed. And if you're in and around the area or you want to snap up some last-minute tickets, scan that QR code, takes you to dartshot.tv. We've got an after party until 1 a.m, which is going to be
96.
hosted by world-class compare Paul Starr. And tickets for Series 6, I can tell you, are on sale via that website, dartshot.tv. So if you want to book
78.
your place here and maybe come and join us before Christmas, then why not? It's a unique atmosphere, something just a little bit different. And actually, whilst you scan that QR code, you can actually get your tickets to the
95.
World Seniors Darts Championship, which takes place at the Circus Tavern between the 15th and 18th of February. So do head over to dartshot.tv for your ticketing news. Maximum for Clark.
180.
Well, he's closing in on trying to round off his Champions Week with a win. It's not quite been for him.
60.
Second time in Group C at Champions Week, and it's the second time he's going to be eliminated there. The former finalist is not going to return to previous glories. Białecki
121.
hoping to be the story, having already hit a 9-dart finish at the Super Series. He's going to come back tomorrow night to try and lift the jackpot, but it looks like as far as this game is concerned, it is one bridge too far for the pole.
99.
It's 64 for Clark
Matt, you require 64.
to round out his campaign with a win. Another one of them means double 16.
32.
Doesn't go.
Sebastian, you
And so
require
Białecki's
92.
back. 92 is what he wants to extend this game into a 6th leg. Double 16. Can he work his way above?
60.
No is the answer. And so the target that
Matt, you
Białecki has
require
just missed
32.
is the one that Clark wants to win him the match.
Game, shot,
And Matt Clark
and the
will round
match.
off his
Matt
Champions Week
Clark.
campaign for win. Was it to be for the former finalist? He was eliminated. But Bolt will be in the big night. Sebastian Białecki, the 9-dart hero of yesterday, did enough on the day today to see himself into the finale tomorrow evening. That's the tail of the tape from our final game of the group. Matt Clark wins that last game, but it's Białecki and McEwen who progress through to Champions Night.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Matt Clark signing off with that victory, but it was all about the top 2. They came into the day as the top 2 and ended up there as well.
I think he did a great job, especially Jim McEwen. I think Sebastian rode his luck at times. I think he would admit that. I think the first 3 games of yesterday, had they turned out slightly differently, then maybe we'd be in a very, very different mood with someone like Steve West or even Matthew Dennett. But the fact remains that it's all about points. He got enough, and other people weren't able to do that.
Well, here's a recap of what happened, the results from the 15 fixtures. And when we saw both McEwen and Białecki lose those first games, did you think we might get a much more congested end to this group?
Yeah, absolutely. We looked at the table before things started and thought, based on form, it looks like they might be stretching their legs early. It proved to be the ideal sort of scenario for Steve West, where if he was able to get a really good start like he did on Monday, for instance, where he was winning 3 games out of 3, that's where he could have imposed himself. But whereas the ideal start for Steve came from the others losing, he wasn't able to take advantage of that, and I think that's where it was won and lost.
Right, we'll talk about Sebastian Białecki and Jim McEwen in a moment, but first of all, we will talk to Sebastian, who is downstairs with Phil Bars.
Sebastian, congratulations. You are at Champions Night. Just sum up how you're feeling.
I'm feeling amazing. Just when the first 3 days it was terrible, playing just up and down. But last 2 days was amazing, playing good average, 90 plus, a lot. So I'm happy for. I will be in Saturday.
Going into that last game, did you know that you were already in finals night, or did you think you had to win?
Yeah, I know. Before the last game, I advanced, but I want of course win last game, but I don't know what. Just left, right, just no trouble.
That was a very tough group you were in. That must give you so much confidence that you've come out of it.
Yeah, of course. This group was very a lot of tough, and fantastic. Will be in first to place. So,
Sebastian, congratulations, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, quick word on Białecki then, because this week has been quite remarkable, hasn't it? Only winning a couple of games in Group A and then getting to Champions Night.
Just goes to show what you can do when you can draw a line under one campaign, start another the next day and figure something out. I think the biggest thing for Sebastian this week has been acknowledging his weakness, which was trying too hard in the first 3 days, and then the ability to implement a plan that has worked. I think you should be very proud of it.
Yeah, and that bolt from the blue yesterday as well, the 9 dart, a really special moment.
It would be for anybody, no matter whether you're Phil Taylor, Sebastian Białecki, or anybody in this room. We've seen history on that stage with Fallon Sherrick getting the first broadcast one for a lady, and we've seen Sebastian get his own little slice of history, but he wants more, and it's right over there.
It certainly is. The main man in the group, though, was Jim McEwen. He produced some really good stuff today. Just remained solid, fought back from losing that first match. This 107 against Anton Ursland to win, it actually turned out to be enough to secure qualification.
Yeah, I think he'll talk a game that is very humble, one of it being very hard, but when he's playing at the level he's played the last couple of days, he makes the game look very predictable. And I mean that in the nicest sense. When you make the game look easy, that is a great compliment because it's all about tops. When he's hitting tops on combination shots, he's very hard to beat. And you think about some of the things he's done in his career. He's had great times in Southampton. He's won WDF ranking events in the past. He's been to the quarterfinals of the World Championship at Lakeside. And we shouldn't underestimate just how good he still is.
Yeah, and then he goes on to beat Sebastian Białecki, and in doing so, tops the group as well. I mean, I said to him, when you look at that group on paper, it looks like a very convincing win, doesn't it?
It does, but I don't think anything feels easy at this level. You're thinking about, young stars, seasoned stars, people from different areas of Europe and the world sometimes, and you might know a great deal about them, you might not. But the ability for him to impose himself in group scenarios here, it's one of greatness because he always seems to have the answer.
And he certainly did impose himself on Group C. Here is the final table. Jim McEwen, 16.6 clear of 3rd and 4th place.
He's also done something that not a lot of people have done in this building. He's won a Group A, he's won a Group B, he's won a Group C, and he's won on a Saturday. There's only one thing left. He needs to win a series. So congratulations, Jim. You've pretty much completed Super Series darts, but the biggest prize is yet to come.
Well, it could come tomorrow night. Let's take a look at the story of the week. We have half the places filled now at Champions Night. Andreas Harrison, who won on Wednesday in Group A, Jim McEwen and Sebastian Białecki joining him, and Group B will be back this evening. The table in Group B is looking very, very interesting, isn't it? Largely because the man at the bottom of it, Conan Whitehead, Series 1 winner, didn't get any victories.
And there's a big gap between the leg difference between Pilgrim and Whitehead as well. It's not so much the gap between top and bottom there. It's the gap between Conan and Quantock. So that's only 7. That's very manageable. So, yes, you can say that he's 8 points behind, but technically he's only 4 behind Chris Quantock. That first match tonight may stipulate everything, because if he loses his first game, you just got a feeling that it's not going to happen. And his first game is against Chris Quantock, who, if he wins, will go to 6, and that's where everything starts to fall.
Yeah, epitome of a 4-pointer. Well, that will get underway from 10 tonight, and by the end of that session, we will know all 6 Champions Night players. But from Group C this afternoon, it was brilliant Białecki and magnificent McEwen who made it. Yes, Chucky, he's at Champions Night.
Sometimes you've got to watch what you say on the balcony, Murph. We've all been there. But this is an all-Dutch clash, and we've seen plenty of battles like that this week between the likes of Merckx and Patrick van den Bogaard.
First leg yellow to throw first. Game on.
But we have seen the likes of Mandigas and Patrick eliminated. We're about to see a fast-flinging game. Will it be as quick as yesterday? Because 6 minutes 51 seconds. So Klassen win by 4 legs to 0 yesterday. That is the last thing that Alexander wants tonight.
It's interesting you say things about, well, now the players will know because they've heard me play on the balcony. I walk to the toilet, I can hear Chris Murphy on the balcony, which is further away than the stage is. However, when I played in this, I didn't hear a single word of what was said up there.
Interesting.
130.
I don't think we're going to get much time to mull over things in this game.
83. Alexander
They both got a maximum in the first leg of this match. But Alexander has taken it in 11 darts.
Alexander Merckx.
And he's broken it in a minute. 59 seconds.
Second leg, Alexander to throw first. Game
Remember
on.
that TV show when they used to go around and cut open the storage lockers and sell it all on auction?
Storage Wars.
I feel like we're going to have to commentate like the auctioneer used to. Remember when he's like, bid 3, bid 4, bid 5.
100.
And don't forget to pay the lady.
100.
I feel like that's how we're going to have to commentate on this game, because this is potentially going to break yesterday's record.
This isn't an auction, this is darts, but yes, it is quick. Every time someone hits a double,
100.
we're going to have to say, yep.
$137.
And if they miss,
Alexander require 164.
You say no. But he might not miss.
121.
This is a really good blitz from Alexander the Great.
83. Alexander require 43.
This is exactly what he needed, even though he's missed a single.
27. Yellow require 121.
51 for Bull. Not found.
58.
And as the
Alexander
seconds
require
tick
16.
by, Jordan Brooks's participation in
On the second
Saturday
leg,
is wilting.
Alexander Merckx.
like cold spinach in a hot pan with butter on top.
Third leg yellow to throw first. Game on.
One more leg, and Alexander will join Klassen
55.
in Saturday night. And if that is the case, it would be Littler, Białecki, Ward,
135.
Bolton, Klassen, Merckx. 4 weekly champions
58.
from previous series in the same finals night. And the only 2 that haven't got them are Białecki, who's got a perfect record in making Saturdays here, against Ward, who was only on his way on the comeback.
190.
In the time it took you to tell us who could potentially be playing on Saturday night, we're nearly at the end of the leg.
I'll just be quiet.
41.
Well, he's left
Alexander
to finish.
Power,
Look on the bright side,
142.
Yella.
$50. Yellow require 167.
Is he going to find it?
99.
It looks like he's using the same equipment as the previous 2 games.
Game shot
There
the
it
third
is
leg,
then.
Alexander Merckx.
It's all sewn up. Whether he knows it or not, he's back on Saturdays.
Fourth leg, Alexander to throw first.
They both
Game on.
are. What a great performance this has been from Alexander. He's thrown 42 darts
96.
for a 3-0 lead. It's fast becoming the performance of the week.
And let me just rewind.
140.
About half an hour ago, you said if it comes down to that last game, Alexander Merckx will perform because he performs best in
136.
this situation.
Well, there you go.
55.
I've seen it enough times. He has the tendency, when the urgency button is pressed, to go a little bit crackers.
85.
This is performance of the week so far.
121.
And in the context of what it means, just makes it even more impressive.
64.
There's 64 off to leave a Shanghai 120. And here's what's weird. If he hits this, he will
Alexander
beat
Power,
Klassen
120.
quicker than Klassen beat him yesterday. Double top.
80. Yellow require
In fact,
51.
had he hit that, he would have broken 5.5 minutes. He still has a
31.
chance
Alexander
for
require
4-0.
40.
There it is.
Shot and the match,
An
Alexander Merckx.
astonishing quick game of darts. That did not take long. And if you consider the fact that yesterday's 4-0 was quick at 6 minutes 51, that one was 70 seconds quicker. And it's one of the best performances of the week. Alexander Merckx has just rubber-stamped his way into Saturday night for another time and another chance for a second weekly title. Yella's already got 2.
After 12, he used to seeing him either leaving a double or a 2-dart combination. Oh, double 14.
Shot on
Mark.
the second leg.
That
Luke
is
Littler.
what he has in the locker. That was a beauty. Hotel around the corner. Doors open at 6:30
Game shot on the first
PM.
leg. Luke Littler.
I don't know what it is about that finish. I just love it. Observe this young man. Hoping their own
11.
offspring get somewhere near what he's achieving. $81 left. Well, he's going to give us 3 balls. Oh, nearly did a Steve West.
125. Luke 110.
He did go ball.
Game shot in the match.
He went
Luke
ball.
Littler.
Fortunately, found a small 18, which left 32.
So he does have 6 darts to book his place there.
Game shot and the match.
He completes the job in 15 darts with 117. Check out an average of 109.31.
Your winner for week 10, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
You require 132.
Now Littler wants a couple of bullseyes. He may come away. No, he stayed there and he's found a way. Oh,
Game
yes,
shot
what
on
a
the third
checkout that
leg.
is.
Luke Littler.
Wasn't sure there was room for another. How wrong was I? How right was he? This match already. Another one in there. Leaves. Double 16.
Game
wow.
shot on the sixth
Well, the
leg.
1-3-2
Luke Littler.
was exceptional. And that 1-4-6 can be put in the same bracket. But even I can work that one out. Makes 75%.
180.
This has got to be right up there with the match we've seen a little earlier. Luke was involved in that one. It was against Justin Hood that time, and he
140.
He lost.
He still needed 2 enormous finishes to even get to this position. Oh, it's exceptional.
141.
It's absolutely exceptional. He could win it by breaking the throw with a 10-darter.
spectacular.
135. Luke, you require 40. Game, shot,
And that,
and the match,
ladies
Luke Littler.
and gentlemen, is what all the fuss is about.
You're playing with a lot of freedom. It's this man under the pressure.
Game shot on the
and
fourth
he
leg, Luke
responds.
Littler.
And that's a third consecutive ton plus out.
121.
Well, we're waiting for a pivotal moment in this match. Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2-1 turns the game in his favour. The 16-year-old leads 3-1 and is making a powerful start at shootout on Champions Night. Well, he wants a bit of noise.
They asked, Littler delivered.
Do you know what that tells me? That both players there knew exactly the scenario in this match, because he waited until he was... Yeah, 11 bull. Bull. And he conducts the crowd.
Game.
The greatest throw now. This prodigy, Luke Littler, showboating at the Super Series. Bullseye, 11, bullseye. 100% he's doing
63.
this. He's hit his last 4 darts at the bull. He's gone bull 11 bull, and now he wants 3 bulls. There's one of them. This is ridiculous. Oh,
rubbish.
What's all the hype about?
91.
To finish the final on the bullseye after his exploits earlier this evening. He's going to get better than that too. A double
Game.
14.
And the match, MODUS Super Series champion.
The leading light. The Super Series. It's sweet success for the 16-year-old who becomes the 3rd MODUS Super Series champion. A family affair, emotion for the young man, but Luke Littler, well, he's a deserving champion, isn't he?
The champion of the MODUS Super Series in Series 3 is the Luke Littler!
It's 27.
See if this goes first. I like that.
Game shot on the second leg. Luke Littler.
Maturity from Luke Littler, the 1-2-7 in game.
Yourself, it's more the team around you that can keep you in the best possible way. Oh, this is absolutely excellent. Double 10
Game
for
shot on the
1-3-4
third leg.
to put Luke Littler
Littler.
2-1 in front. And just when the game needed a little bit of a spark, Luke has dropped a nuke.
Luke require 170.
For sure.
Another. Leaves a bullseye. Oh, it's absolutely marvellous from Luke Littler. But almost expected.
No.
There we go. That's why he gets the big bucks.
180.
You take each game as they come, but there is such a huge gap in terms of their numbers just this evening. Never mind going over historical stats. But the flip of the coin may be that he feels like he's under no pressure because there's no expectation.
What about now?
Game shot the first leg.
Thus allowing him.
180.
He'll stay there.
170.
Series champion. Seals his spot at finals night once again. Luke Littler needed one victory and he's got it. 19s for starters. Nails it. And now the bull nails it. 3-1. Luke Littler does get his little moment of glory.
Probably just wanting this to be over.
Yeah, he's just walked into something very, and you can just see how it's just that little bit of, it's just that measurement, isn't it? He's measured and he's taking just that little bit of extra caution.
135.
He's not throwing any darts away. He knows where every one of these is going. And here we go again.
180.
This is sensational from Luke Littler.
140.
Barton's come back with a 140, but with this 45, oh, he's finally missed something. It's double 16, but he didn't miss for long. What an amazing final win from Luke Littler. 4-0 win.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, your Week 8 champion, Luke Littler!
If you look at his record in qualifying for Champions Week, it's rather impressive.
180.
And the only person I can think of who reminds me of Steve West is Josh Payne last year, who had this ridiculous record of qualifying for Saturday night every time he came here.
Require 82.
Matt Clark, another one.
Game shot in the second leg, Luke Littler.
Casual little 11 dart hole.
Luke require 111.
Bull. 11.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Luke Littler.
What more can be said? That is classic. Or should I say it, and I can't believe I'm about to say this, about a 16-year-old boy.
Sixth leg, it's Colin to throw
vintage
first.
Luke Littler. He's not far away from qualification. He's one dart away. And that was it. We've got our first non-Saturday checkout of the week. And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout punch to Sugar Reese Robinson.
Second leg, it's
that means that Littler goes through with Colin Osborne, and Robinson now, all he can do is smile because he might be on the end of a real shellacking here. The mood that Littler's in.
Remember, all the players watch this, they'll be fully aware of, oh, hello, Tops. They'll be fully aware of what he's capable of.
Game
He is bringing these fans to their feet. They've both got 100% on doubles in this match so far. It's double five. And Luke Littler is still the MODUS Super Series champion. He won it in Series 3, and he's now successfully defended it against the most successful competitor he could have been put up against here in the final. Gentlemen,